In this demo, we will simulate
I looked, and it looks like it's 9 a.m. So we're going to go ahead and get started, everybody. Welcome to day 2, WordCamp Europe. How's everybody doing? Yay! We got some claps. So for just the beginning, because it's the lightning talks, we're going to be very quick and just get right started with our speakers. So first up is Benjamin. Oh, gosh, we just went over this right now. Zekavica. Yes, okay. So everybody, let me just give you a real quick intro to his talk. Get ready for a sneak peek into the future of WordPress. In this session, we'll unveil exciting new features that will change the way you experience and contribute to WordPress. Don't miss out on this discovering what's coming next and how you can be part of it. So everybody give it up for Benjamin.
Thank you. Grazie, everybody, and thank you to being here at the WordCamp Europe. So, I hope my slides are here. No?
There you are.
Now perfect. So, on Tuesday, we had an amazing contributor day to shape the future of WordPress together. Please hands up. Who here in this room has contributed to WordPress? Wow, I'm really, really surprised how many people are here. You are heroes here in this room. Please, let's give a big, big applause for everyone around the world and these people in this room who contribute to WordPress. The last few years have been exciting as WordPress became the biggest CMS in the world. Nearly the half on the internet runs on WordPress. That's so amazing, right? And that's thanks to you. You are amazing. In this talk, we will look at what's coming to WordPress and how you can be a part of it. Hello, I'm Benjamin Zekavica, 26 years old from Aachen, Germany. I'm web developer and core team rep. I led some WordPress releases. You want to know about me? Please visit my website, scan the QR code, and reach out. The big question is, what does the future of WordPress hold for us? Let's uncover the mystery together. And the first big thing in the future, what we can expect, is to look forward for better performance and improved usability of blogs and their editor. Practical blog settings will be also added in the coming years to making websites easier to edit. The full site editor will get more optimizations and new areas to handle everything within their editor. Let's dive into the big highlights. All upcoming features are still in development, so nothing is final yet. And the first big feature, what we can expect, is the real-time collaboration feature for Gutenberg. The great feature coming soon is the real-time collaboration. Right now, if multiple users edit the same page, they can block each other. In the future, everyone will be able to work at the same page at the same time without any issues. We need your help. Please download the plugin on the Gutenberg plugin on the official WordPress plugin directory. After the installation, the collaboration feature is available under the experimental menu. So let's move on to the next feature that we can expect. And I would say it's time for refreshing something and say hello to the new admin design for WP Admin. The new admin design has changed over the years. And now it's time to merge the stylings with the Gutenberg editor. In the future, both the admin backend and the Gutenberg editor will have a new look. Additionally, the multi-site view will be also improved. So, managing media in WordPress is still tricky, right? and it's not up to date. Now, meet the new media library for WordPress. The new media library in WordPress will be fantastic and easy to use. It will have a clear structure, making it easy to filter media quickly. With categories and tags, managing media will be better than ever. Image editing will also be improved and more intuitive for your work. And now comes a big feature, I think we all expect this. And this is the multilingual functionality in WordPress. A new feature in WordPress Gutenberg Phase 4 is the multilingual support. You will be able to translate content directly in WordPress without plugins. This will make it easier for you to create pages and manage content in different languages. To stay updated on development, follow our core team blog at make.wordpress.org/core. Wow, we have so amazing features today. The cat is dancing now. So, the big question is, what can I do to make a difference and help to shape the future of WordPress? If you know how to code, you can create plugins or themes for WordPress.org to add missing features or designs. But also you can add features to the WordPress core and contribute there your new features. Even if you don't know to coding, you can still contribute to WordPress. If you speak other languages, you can help with translations. You also can help testing the new features and send feedback. But more about this topic we will cover later. So, the reasons why we have to contribute to WordPress. Here are 5 big reasons. First, make the web better. WordPress is used by millions of people around the world. Your help can make it even better. 2, learn and grow. Improve your skills and learn new things in web development, design, or support, and other parts. 3, and that is my personally big reason why I contribute to WordPress in my free time. To connect with other people, to build amazing relationships, and find new opportunities. And 4, show your talent. Your work will be seen by millions of people and can boost your career for new jobs. 5, benefit yourself. Make your own websites much more faster and more secure than before. And please, enjoy the amazing WordCamps around the world to connect with other people, to learn and share ideas with the WordPress community. So, how I can contribute to WordPress? Your help make a real big difference. No coding skills? No problem. You can still join. WordPress is open source. Visit make.wordpress.org to start today. And check out more themes on the official website. Here are some themes, for example. We have the core team. The core team built WordPress and release new features to the core and fix bugs if you report it. The polyglot team helped to translate WordPress in millions of other countries and languages. But the test team tests WordPress, and the design team helped to design interfaces and assets for WordPress. And the community team is also really important for us because they organize WordCamps and organize meetups and help the community grow. Need help? You will find it. Join a contributor day to meet reps or mentors who can help you. At the WordCamp Europe, visit the community booth if you have any questions. Check the official websites for guides and documentation. And last but not least, visit the website learn.wordpress.org to find tutorials and guides how to start contributing today. Scan the QR code for more information and the credits. And now it's time to say something to you. You can do it. Be the feature of WordPress. Contribute today, wherever in code, design, or support. Every contribution counts. Join the team and help improve WordPress today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to get started right away with our next lightning talk. And up next is Hector de Prada. Sorry, I had to do my little Spanish right there. But so Hector is 1 year, or we're going to start with his little intro. 1 year ago, we reactivated after 4 years, the meetup group in our small city in north of Spain. Population less than 150K. Since then, it has become one of the biggest WordPress meetups in the world, an average of 55 plus attendees in person, and with more than 110 people coming to one of the events. This has been possible because of the incredible work of all the organizing team and the experience of its members organizing events prior to this in different industries. Business, technology, sports, education. In this quick talk, I will give you specific tips and tricks we have used to make this possible for people planning on organizing a WordPress meetup in their city, or also for people having a hard time to get people to attend their current meetup group events. We know it's a challenge because of a lot of people in Spain reached out to us. So we're going to let Hector continue with that.
Thank you. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I know it's very early. Yesterday was probably a long night for many of us. So thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm going to talk about tips for hosting a successful WordPress meetup in your city. But first, I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. My name is Hector de Prada. I'm one of the co-founders of Modular DS, a tool to manage multiple WordPress websites. I am also the author of Actualidad WP, which is a newsletter about the WordPress ecosystem in Spanish. And I am one of the co-organizers of the León WordPress meetup, which is what I'm going to talk about today. You can find me at X, at @HDPrada, or by my name on LinkedIn. And to begin with the talk, I want to ask who in here runs a meetup or would like to run a meetup in their city? Please raise your hands. Okay, quite a few people. Nice. Very good, very good. So I'm going to talk about my experience in the León WordPress meetup, because we have managed to get one of the most crowded meetups in the world. Okay, we have more than 60 attendees on average, around 85% reservation to attendance rate, which if you have organized a meetup, you know it's very hard. And also, we have done a meetup a few months ago with more than 100 people. And all of this has been possible in a city where around 120,000 people lived. So it's not like a big city, a big capital, okay? It's a very small city. And also, it's not like we created the meetup. It existed already before, okay? But it had been abandoned for 3 years, okay? After COVID, it stopped. And before COVID, it was also a very small meetup, okay? Around 15 people per meetup. And once it stopped, there was basically no community in our city, like no talk about WordPress at all. So how do we went from that to the meetup we have today? I'm going to share with you 6 tips that have helped us greatly to do what we are doing, hoping that it can also help you. The first one is that if you are planning on organizing a meetup in your city for the first time, I could tell you that you should first meet the WordPress community, okay? Come to WordCamps, go to meetups in other cities, okay, to learn what the WordPress community is, how these events are supposed to feel, okay? And also, it helped us to get mentors that helped us to create a meetup and organize it at the beginning. Also, to meet potential sponsors that later became sponsors of our meetups, and even potential speakers that later came to our city to give talks. Second tip, and this is a very important one, this was taught to us by Rocío Valdivia, which I'm sure many of you know, part of the community, is to create an organizing team. Because she said don't just do it yourself, or you too, because at the beginning it was going to be just 2 of us, because the best meetups, or the ones that survive the most, are the ones that have a team behind it. Okay? So what we also did is that we tried to get people with complementary skills. So somebody is more specialized in the marketing part or social media. Somebody has a lot of contacts, maybe for sponsorships or for the venue. Other people might be good at public speaking, so they may be able to present the meetups, and so on. Also, we look for people that was motivated and committed to create this in our city, for our community. Okay, so something like this could be happening in León. And related to the first point, we divided their responsibilities. So each one of us could do one small thing. So it's not a big burden or a big work for any of us. But at the same time, and this is not obvious, we try to make it so nobody's indispensable. So what we do with this is that on each meetup, we kind of rotate the responsibilities. So for example, I may be introducing the speakers one day, the next day is some other person, somebody might be organizing the catering, and the next meetup, somebody else is doing it. So if one of us is missing, it doesn't matter, because the meetup will be done exactly the same, because this is not a job, this is not an obligation. We are, remember, volunteering for this. Third tip, very important as well. You have to get local partners. Okay, I was talking with somebody about this in the contributor day. One of the hardest things for a meetup is to get a venue to host it. Okay, what we have done is to manage to get collaborations with City Hall, with the university, with the province government, with private companies that wanted to contribute to the community, and we have always managed to get free venues to host the meetups. Okay, so this is a point where you actually have to look for it, because it's very good if you don't have to spend money on that. Also, we want to get young people to the meetup, so because they are kind of the future of this. So we also got a collaboration with the university, and here my tip would be, don't try to get the students. It's way too hard these days, okay? Try to get the teachers, because if the teacher thinks this is worthy, in our case, they might even change classes so the students can come to the meetup, okay? And of course, we try to do collaborations with business groups, because we can get attendees, collaborators, even sponsors in there. And with media, okay? And not only traditional media. I'm talking about content creators, bloggers. We have a partner that has a newsletter with over 10,000 people looking for jobs in the area. So these people is also kind of interested about technology. So a lot of people also comes from that. The fourth tip, very related to this one, is the sponsors, of course. Okay, we need sponsors for many things we'll talk about later. And what has worked very good for us in this aspect is to get always a local sponsor as well as a WordPress community sponsor, okay, to mix it. For WordPress community sponsors, if you are able to create a meetup with some decent attendee numbers, I'm sure there are plenty of companies trying to sponsor these kind of events, okay? Many of those companies are here today, so you can, of course, take advantage of that. And if you get the money from the sponsors, my only advice is to make good use of that money, and it would be to use it in food, because it's what everybody wants, okay? So don't complicate yourself. The fifth tip, and this is also very important, maybe controversial in some aspects, is that you have to speak to everyone, okay? And that means not only speaking about WordPress. WordPress is what unites us, but I don't think it should be what separates us, okay? So thanks to WordPress powering like 43% of the world, I think that allows us to talk about almost anything related to the digital world, okay? Social media, e-commerce, artificial intelligence, design, etc. And you have to know your audience, because depending on who is there, you may need to speak more techie, more marketing stuff, and so on. Also, we like to learn a lot, so it's great to have people coming and giving a talk about something they are experts in, but we also like to feel inspired. So why not try different kind of talks, like interviews, like podcasts nowadays that are so trendy, or like forums with different people talking about their experiences, because we also learn from that, but we also feel inspired by that. And finally, of course, make good use of the trends. And the sixth tip is to make it fun, okay, for people. So, of course, you have to have interesting talks, like we said. We also like to have a casual vibe, okay, so everybody feels welcome. It's more like a friends group almost. And we also like to network a lot, do a lot of networking. This is like super important. And for that, like I said, have food and drinks, like you can see in the pictures here. So, because we all like to talk when there is food and drinks, okay? So, these are my 6 tips. And to finish, I would like to remind you that there are 660 meetup groups, active meetup groups in the world. So my only question would be if you are going to organize the next one, because I hope you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hector. Alrighty. Okay, we got another long intro, so bear with me. Okay, next up is Ignacio Marquez, and the WordPress community has grown through meetups and WordCamps, but a new trend is making a difference: micro-communities. These small yet powerful groups are achieving unexpected social impact, bringing WordPress to new audiences and purposes. In this talk, you'll discover how micro-communities are born, real-life projects transforming lives on national and international levels, and practical tools to build your own impactful group. Drawing from hands-on experience, leading do-action hackathons, facilitating non-formal education programs, and co-founding rural hackers, and oh my goodness, Ansu, co-living, I'll share how WordPress has empowered communities ranging from NGOs, launching social projects, to bloggers advocating for change, to initiatives bridging the gap between rural and urban areas. You'll learn about events where WordPress-powered solutions help NGOs thrive, movements supporting senior citizens and youth in rural areas, and inclusive WordPress-driven initiatives that go beyond traditional tech spaces. Whether you're an organizer, contributor, or just passionate about WordPress, you'll leave with actionable strategies to create your own micro-community and turn WordPress into a catalyst for social transformation. Let's give it up for Ignacio.
Thank you. Wow, what a big biography, I was thinking. Since we are a family here, and I really believe this, I'm going to share with you a secret. Please keep it. I was not supposed to be here. It was my colleague, but 2 days ago, she had to cancel because life happens sometimes. And I was thinking, micro-communities, this is such a nice topic. We have to fight for this. We have to save this talk. We have to come here and doing it. So you are in good hands, because I'm super passionate about this. Also, another funny thing is, like, today is my birthday. I think that destiny is playing with me in really strange ways. So yeah, I will need your support. I will need you close to me today. I want to start this by sharing a story with you. A story that is much connected with the topic of today, that is called micro-communities. But we can also translate micro-communities in people helping each other, in love for people, in being connected. When I was a child, my parents, they used to go every summer out of the grid. We were going to a cottage in the middle of the mountains in the north of Spain, and we were spending a month with just fire, food, and good people. That was amazing. That really changed my life. It really changed my perspective, and it really makes the person that I'm now together today. I think that all of you have this kind of memories, core memories with people that you were having, such a great experience, that you were being connected. I want you to take that memory for 5 seconds so we can move on. WordCamp Europe, this big event, is amazing. Last year, it was my first time. It was really nice for connections, for networking, also for showing what is Rural Hackers about to all the people. But I was thinking, what if you are shy? What if you don't come with the people that is supporting you, with the people where your WordCamp is, with the local people that is with you? So maybe we have to change that. We have to start from zero. We have to start from a first starting. And now I want you to travel. I'm going to be your guide. And we are going to go to small communities that nowadays, they are shaping how we are going to understand WordPress communities. The first one that I'm bringing you is the Bella Bella. It's a group of old people. They are retired. And they decide to meet once per week in a co-working space to share about their passions. And they started to do a blog. And in this blog, they put all the plans that you can do in the cities. They also, with this excuse, invite good people. Invite people that they are feeling like, I should know this person because, yeah, it's really inspiring. So I'm going to invite to the meetup, and we can write a blog about this. It's the perfect excuse. I think that I was thinking, like, how can you retire in a better way? You know, and I think that this is the best plan ever. Also, they are understanding how WordPress works. They are understanding how the web works, that this was something that they were not understanding before. The next one is Curiositech. Curiositech was a do-action hackathon for 25 youngsters of 5 different countries of Europe. They were coming to our place, a village of 97 inhabitants, and they were thinking, we are going to do websites for every single entrepreneur, small entrepreneur in this village. You know, we are having a huge problem in rural areas of Europe because they are becoming depopulated. So they were taking this local business into global. And this is amazing. I can share with you that the local librarian of our village has the coolest website of the whole province. The next one is WordPress Diversity Day. And this is in Valencia. And I have good news. It's happening the next October. So if you're feeling that you should join, please do it, because it's great. This one is putting the focus on diversity, LGBTQ+, people with disabilities, people with fewer opportunities. They are giving a new door to these people. Micro-communities are really nice to open, to speak about social issues, and to make change. Do action hackathons. Are you familiar with this? Have you heard about this? Angel is raising the hand. He's familiar. In some WordCamps, there is this do action hackathons. It's a one-day event that you are with a lot of people, and you are building a website for an NGO that they were not on internet before. It's a super nice way of starting in WordPress communities. It's a nice way for getting to know people, partner up, and all of this. And this can make a huge transformation in how you later you know all the people and you enter in the WordCamp. Rural WO. Rural WO is a program that we are going to run for women. We are going to give a fresh start for women in the WordPress community. We are going to teach how to use WordPress from zero, and they are going to be with us for a month in our village, in a co-living space, living with international community. If this goes well, I can tell you maybe next year. The last objective is that they start their own micro-community, and later they can go to WordCamps, and more people, they will join. Hacker Days is another program, because with communities, you can also make the change that you want in society. Hacker Days is about that there is a problem in our village that we have a water consumption system that is really bad, actually. And you know, we have Rosa and Rosabel, that is the two girls that you see in the picture, that they have to go counter by counter, putting with a pencil of how much water consumes a house. So we are going to partner up with a lot of people for a week to use WordPress to automatize the whole process. So the thing here is like, you can use WordPress, you can use the community for make real change in society. Golden tip. Every single experience like this started with a fire starter. Since it's my birthday, I can make a wish. And the wish is like, in some years, maybe next year or the next one, somebody of you is going to give this talk. And he's going to talk about new micro-communities that, thanks to people like you, are going to start. That's my wish. So take it, please. For finishing, I want to be thankful. Juan Hernando is here. Rocío also is here. Good news, they are in almost all WordCamps. They were our fire starter. They were the ones putting the virus of WordPress in us. We were not familiar with all of this. And thanks to them, we are here. So if you want to start a micro-community, please find them, because they are going to be your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ignacio. You get to stay up here. I am not going to sing.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. Okay, that was nice. Okay, let's go ahead and bring up Benjamin and Hector as well. But we just want to say thank you for starting our day off with our lightning talks. And I got to do both. It's hard with 3. Gosh.
Thank you, thank you.
Here you go. Here's your
Thank you
speaker
so
gifts. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And then are we doing pictures? Here, you stand over here. Okay. And that ends our lightning talks for this morning. And we have a quick break, but be sure to be back here for our next talk. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask anybody that looks like they're in charge. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, here we go. Okay, now we get to relax a little and not feel so speedy. How's everybody doing? Okay. Now, who was hanging out last night? And I'm being very PC by saying hanging out. Just John? Okay, we got some hand waves in the back. I was being good. I went to bed like just after midnight because I knew I had to be up early for this. And that's hard to do because I'm legit an extrovert, like an extroverted extrovert. Like not an extrovert that says like, I get tired. No, you people give me energy and I love it. And on that note, I am Raquel. I don't know if I've met everybody yet, but I do love meeting people. So if I haven't met you yet, come say hi. And I am from the US. And I have my own business now. I used to work for Elegant Themes. I used to have a WordPress agency, and now I run events, independent events. And on that note, though, we are going to go ahead and get started with our first full session talk of the day. And actually, before that, I do want to remind you guys that if you are going to the after party tonight, which you are, don't not, you do need to bring your badges, which I'm not wearing right now because I'm up here. But do not forget it. Even if you don't want the lanyard, just take it off, put it in your pocket, and bring it with you. So let's go ahead and get started and introduce our first speaker of our normal sesh time. So Kirsty Burgoyne. So this is her talk. She's going to fully introduce herself, but let's give you a little precursor to her talk. We all dream of the utopia that is a truly inclusive community or workplace, somewhere where everyone feels valued and welcome no matter their background. The land where dreams you dared to dream really do come true. The WordPress community is hugely diverse and represents people from all sorts of backgrounds and with a wide variety of skill sets. But it is also as inclusive as it could be, especially but is it? That was very important. But is it as inclusive as it could be, especially for the LGBTQ+ community? Let's discuss some of the challenges faced and how, as individuals, we can make small changes that could help to remove some of the barriers that prevent people from being open and true to themselves. Everybody, big welcome for Kirsty.
Thank you. You can see my fan club in the front row. Cool. Good morning. I'm really pleased that some of you managed to get up this morning. How many of you were at the Pride party last night? Cool, okay, so I first did this talk 2 years ago now at a WordCamp in the UK in Whitley Bay. And last time I gave this talk, I honestly wasn't sure it was something I should actually speak to. I spent a lot of time worrying about whether my story mattered, whether it was enough, did I know enough about the history and the politics of this to be stood here. But the thing I came to realize was that staying silent doesn't really help either. So, and with everything going on in the world right now, it's even more important to speak up. So, just to share your own perspective, so that's what I'm doing today. For anybody that doesn't know, LGBTQIA+ stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, intersex, asexual, and the plus sign covers generally anyone who doesn't fit into the traditional norms of gender and sexuality. For today, I'm going to refer to it as the queer community, because last time I did this talk, I said LGBTQIA+ every time. It was really difficult, so this is a bit shorter. So, a small bit about me. I'm an engineering manager at HumanMade. I've been there for 7 years now, and I'm based in the UK. But the information that's relevant to this talk is I am openly gay. So, I identify as lesbian, which, that's the second time now I've ever stood on stage and said that, and it's not any less weird. Right, so, I consider myself quite lucky because for as long as I've been out, I've had the luxury of living pretty openly. But now, politically, things are shifting in a worrying way, and I'm watching laws and public conversations about queer rights grow really hostile again now. And this shift in the landscape of queer rights has had me even more aware of how fragile progress can be and how easily we could lose a lot of the rights that people have fought for us. So, It said in my speaker notes that I should drink water, so I remembered to drink water. So why did I come here to speak to all of you about this at the WordPress community? Well, the WordPress community, oh God, it just zoomed in on my Zoom. Speaker notes, that was unnerving. The WordPress community is global, so it's naturally diverse. But diversity means having a mix of different people across race, gender, culture, sexual orientation, and that. And we see that in our community through the events we organize throughout the world, all the way through the year, and all the people that contribute to the project in some way. But diversity really isn't the whole story. So is it as inclusive as it could be as well? Well, not necessarily. So to talk about diversity, as we often combine inclusivity in with that as well automatically, but they're not the same thing. Like, diversity is who is in the room. Inclusivity is whether they feel like they belong in the room. And that's a really important difference to understand. So achieving diversity doesn't automatically mean you've created a space that's truly welcoming. In fact, diversity without inclusivity can feel hollow and often be harmful. So while I genuinely believe we do have diversity in our WordPress community, we can't necessarily claim that it's also as inclusive as it could be as well. And I think that's really important to think about. So going back to how this talk came about, I started thinking about this after WordCamp Europe in 2023 in Athens. And when I came home, I was feeling very frustrated by the lack of queer representation in the schedule. 2023 was an important year because it was the first year we had 3 flagship events. So we had WordCamp Asia, WordCamp Europe, and WordCamp US. And when you looked at the schedule for all of those, there was no queer representation in any of them. And 2024 wasn't a lot better either. WordCamp US was a little bit better. We had Fireside chat, which I hosted. But it was in the main sponsor hall. It was so loud, nobody could hear anybody talk. It wasn't advertised on the schedule very well. And in the end, whilst it was a really great idea, it was a bit of a flop. So that was a shame. And we do, of course, have pride parties, like last night. That was epic. I meant to say at the beginning, I apologize if my voice goes, because I was at the pride party. It was fun. But these are side events, and to be fair, they've been shrouded in some of their own politics as well at times. So I kind of figured, well, someone somewhere must be talking about these topics. Perhaps there are other WordCamps I've not been to. So I did a search on WordPress TV for when I first did this talk. And I searched for the term LGBT, and only 6 results came up, and 2 of them were the same talk that had been done elsewhere in 2 WordCamps. I did search for the term lesbian, and only 2 came up, and for the searching for the term gay, only 1 came up that was remotely relevant. So I did the same search again for this talk, thinking that things must have moved on by now. And there was only 1 more search result for any of those, and it was my talk from 2 years ago, so yay me, but it means that people are still not talking openly about this anywhere. And whilst I appreciate we talk about WordPress as a tool, WordCamps and the community that surround it are so much more than that, so we should be talking about these things openly. So, what are the challenges faced by the queer community when we're considering inclusivity? One thing I think that's really unique about this community is that it's not always obvious that somebody identifies as queer. And on top of that, not everybody that does chooses to be open about it. And there are many, many reasons why that would be the case, and it's deeply personal to every individual. But it does often stem from one thing, and that is fear. So this list, when I first did this talk, I tried to populate this list myself and think of all the things. It was taking ages, so I asked ChatGPT. This is what I got back. So I know, looking back, that I took longer to come out and be open than I really needed to. So these on here that are in yellow and underlined were my personal fears and my reasons. So fear of rejection, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. Bullying and discrimination. Like, I grew up in a pretty small town. I saw a lot of that. Like, there wasn't a lot of diversity. You know, anybody that was slightly different had a pretty hard time. So that was very definitely a concern for me. Fear of being stereotyped. I said at the beginning of this talk that I identify as a lesbian. For the longest time, I really hated that word because of the stereotypes associated with it. I don't anymore, but I did for a long time. Impact on relationships. So, it was really very worrying to me that my friends and family would look at me differently or behave differently around me. And of course, that would impact on my relationship with them. And concern about being accepted, which I think everybody feels to a point. So knowing we're often able to hide in plain sight, let me ask you a question. This is a very generic photo of what is supposed to be a diverse group of people. Can anybody point out the gay person in this picture? Maybe bisexual? Anybody from the queer community in there, do you think? I can't tell. So it's not obvious we are there. Like, we can't always wear rainbow t-shirts and glitter to identify ourselves. Although I did find glitter in my shoe this morning after last night's party. That was bizarre. Which means it becomes even harder to tell if we're not there, if we're there or not. Because we can hide in plain sight. And for the most part, we do get to choose whether we want to do that or not. And that's even more important in today's climate. But it can make it much harder for us to come out. And this is because people are unaware that we are there. Their biases will show more often. Maybe they'll say something in front of you that I'd hope that no one would ever knowingly say in front of a member of the queer community. Microaggressions that people are not even aware of get used in front of us all of the time. So if you were to hear like an overtly racist comment, that's very likely deliberate, and you would challenge that. But homophobic slurs will go unnoticed, or they go unchallenged, simply because people don't even realize how harmful they are. So these are some specific comments, like, that's so gay, or complimenting someone of the same gender and saying afterwards, oh, don't worry, I'm not gay. It reinforces that being gay is bad, it's a negative thing. Do you have a boyfriend or husband? Reinforces that a heterosexual relationship is the only one, everything else is abnormal. And there are loads more. I've been very guilty of it. I used to describe my now ex-wife's music taste as really very gay. And I justified that as, well, it's a genre, right? There are songs that get played in every gay club around the world, so that's all that it's meant by that. But people interpreted it that I thought her taste in music was awful. Between you and me, I did think her taste in music was awful, but no, that's not why we're getting divorced. But it's these small slights, they're often completely unintentional, that do a lot of damage. Because even when no harm is meant, they still reinforce the idea that being gay is something bad or strange, that you should hide. You will not be accepted if you choose to live as your authentic self. And this is what it comes back to. It really is easier just to not talk openly and hide in plain sight. So when I've spoke to people in the WordPress and general tech community, this is often what I hear. And I've been guilty of it too. It's really much easier just to not mention your personal life and carry on. For me, I was very careful not to refer to my partner by her name. I'd always avoid phrases such as girlfriend, or use she, her pronouns because they weren't gender neutral, so that would give things away. I rarely do this now in literally any situation, but I am still a bit cautious on client projects, that include stakeholders, external teams, that could be located anywhere in the world. I don't know their cultural beliefs or personal beliefs, so it's really so much easier just to not volunteer what I did on the weekend when we're on calls. And thinking about those external teams and where they could be based, as of 2024, 64 countries around the world still criminalize consensual same-sex sexual activity. And in several of these countries, the penalty is so severe it could be imprisonment or death, which is pretty scary. Now, most of these are Africa, Middle East, Asia, or the Caribbean. But considering there's 195 countries in the world, according to Google, don't know if that's actually accurate, but I'm going with it. That means nearly a third of these countries legislate against us. And in 2024, we saw things like the rollback of trans healthcare protections in parts of the US. There's increasing anti-LGBTQ+ sentiment in countries like Hungary and Russia, which reminds us that no country is immune to regression. Not even the UK, who recently passed a ruling on the definition of gender and sex that has hugely impacted trans rights in a negative way. So it's entirely possible that I could work with a contractor that upholds some of these beliefs. I could meet someone here that does as well, a WordCamp for a weekend. You know, we've all traveled, well, lots of us have traveled a long way to be here. You know, but the reality is the people on my project teams, they probably don't even care, or they decided I was gay ages ago because I've got short hair, and that's another stereotype of being a lesbian. This time true, obviously. But because it's not always possible to know the cultural beliefs of the person you're interacting with, I've always been more cautious of engaging in trivial conversations than most other people wouldn't even have to think twice about. And I know I'm definitely not alone. So, what can the WordPress community do? We can't fix the whole world. It would be awesome if we could. But we can make this space, our space, safer and more inclusive for everyone who is part of it. It might feel like political shifts and culture wars are happening somewhere else, but they seep into everything, our workplaces, our Slack channels, even our everyday conversations. So at this point, I was going to talk to you about how to be like a really good ally, but then actually on social media the other day, I saw this really amazing video from Oslo Pride that I think describes it so beautifully that I'm just going to show that to you instead. Hopefully it will work. I think you'll agree that summed it up brilliantly. Yeah, I couldn't put that any better. So, what we want is for you to be visible, vocal allies. Wear your pride flag, talk openly, make it clear that you're someone who wants everyone to feel safe being their true selves. Because we don't know how many people are still battling that fear, still choosing silence. And just because there's a few of us open, that doesn't mean all of the work is done. And of course, this isn't just a WordPress problem, but we are a huge global community when you think about it. Imagine the ripple effect if each of us just made a few small changes that would reach teams, companies, events, communities, and eventually the wider world. Thank you very much, and happy Pride.
Yeah, there we go. That kind of took away the moment I was going to say. I was fighting back tears, and I was going to be mad because I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want to start crying. But I cry a lot, so if anyone else can relate. But we do have time for some Q&A, and we do have mics. Yeah, they're there. That one's just kind of off. But if anyone has any questions, you could come right up right now. But I know Kirsty will also be at the cafe afterward if anyone would rather have questions one-on-one.
Yeah, I did also forget to say that if you want pride flag stickers, then Sam in the front row has plenty. So.
Oh, that's right. You guys were waving them around like you were dancers earlier. I saw that. Yeah. Any questions? That's okay. But yeah, so we have a break then, and we'll be back here at 10:30 as well. I just got to note that there's a special session at the cafe at 10:30 as well, and it's another session that I was told to tell you guys, and I don't have it. So anyway, with that, remember that if you are going to go to the party tonight, which you are, remember we said that earlier, to bring your badge. And otherwise, Kirsty is available if you guys need. Everyone give it up again. And I blew it already. We have her gift. I'm not new, but I act like I am. There we go.
Thank you very much.
Are you going to go swim in the Rhine with us?
I might not, but...
Okay, they're going to take some pictures. This is fine. All right, guys, thanks. Good morning. How's everybody doing? I like that. Keep that up. Keep up that energy. I'm Raquel, and I'm your MC for this morning. And we are mid-morning now, so I know we've already had a few sessions. Who's gone to 3? Nobody? Okay. Or are you just getting started because you were out late at the Pride party? Oh, gosh, guys, come back. I need that energy to come up. I need you to bring it back up just now. I'm just kidding. Okay. Well, anyway, this is WordCamp Europe Day 2, and we're excited to be here as always. And we have still 2 more talks for this session, or the morning session. But I do want to say right now, just if anybody has this passion for Fi for the Future, there's actually an impromptu sesh going on at the WP Cafe right now. Not at all taken away from our talk, but if anyone really feels like they have this important need to go to the Fi for the Future impromptu sesh, it's just right over here. But otherwise, we're going to go ahead and get started. Let's see, we got our next speaker up, which I think a lot of you guys are here for him. Okay, bear with me. I love the Dutch culture so much. I have a Dutch bike tattooed on my arm, and so I'm going to try to say his name correctly. It's Richard van Deruden. Yes, okay. Oh my God. Okay, so let me give you a little teaser for his talk. So backups are essential. Most people know that. But too often they're treated as a set it and forget it task until disaster strikes. And suddenly those backups are useless. We'll take a critical look at backup and disaster recovery strategies. Are your backups sufficient and really as reliable as you think? Through real-world examples, you'll get some practical insights. Everybody give it up for Richard.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So, my name is Richard van Denderen, and I'm one of the organizers of WordCamp the Netherlands last year, 2024, and this year's edition, 2025. For that, the call for sponsors and call for speakers is now open, so if you want to apply to that, go to wordcamp.nl and apply. And although I've been volunteering for WordCamps, WordPress meetups for the last decade or so, this is my first time ever speaking on a WordCamp at this stage. And it's not that I'm nervous, but only because my grandma is also watching over the live stream. In my day-to-day job, I found a WP help desk, and with that, I mostly help end users solve their WordPress problems. And sometimes those issues also involve a developer, an agency, or their web hosting provider. And if they took care of their backups well, I would have been out of a job. And it's really strange because some things really stood out to me over the years. When you go out do your daily, weekly grocery shoppings, you take a lot of precautions. You know, you lock the doors, maybe close your windows, make sure the stove is turned off. And when you drive in your car, you wear a seatbelt, you take the speed limit into consideration, and you make sure you get there safely and get safely back. But one thing is not mentioned in that is the factor of time. Because even something simple as leaving the house is going to change tremendously when the amount of time increases. For example, if you go out on a road trip for 5 months, 6 months, just leaving your house and lock the door isn't sufficient anymore. But you will also, for example, do an extra maintenance check on your car, have someone watering your plants, and make sure no one is breaking in. And even then, you can have some shitty neighbors, and your house can go up in flames. Or someone is breaking into your office. Or, in a less extreme circumstance, hard drives, hardware can fail that host your important data. So an easy solution for that would be to use a NAS or a DAS in a RAID 1 or RAID 5 setup, so you have a couple of additional hard drives that can act as a failover when your hardware fails. But also RAID is not a backup, because when going back to that image of that house going up in flames, your hardware is not safe when your house goes up in flames. So let's go back with our data to the cloud. But can we actually trust big tech and our data in the cloud? There have been so many incidents over the last couple of years, it's a bit naive to use or just store your own data and your client's data in the cloud without giving it any second thought. I mean, we've seen some changes in the terms of service that all of a sudden your data is allowed to train their AI models. There was an incident with iCloud where deleted photos all of a sudden became undeleted. And for example, Google Drive scans your files and can block your account without ever returning those data. And then there are accidents that happened like a couple of months ago with a major outage on the power grid in Portugal and Spain. Or you could just simply miss a payment and you lose all your data because your provider just shuts your accounts off. Or if you have everything properly documented and taken care of, a data center can caught on fire, and depending on the provider, maybe even the backups are stored in the same data center. Or just a few years ago, there was a heat wave in the UK, and the data center of Google and Oracle went offline because of their AC unit wasn't keeping up with the heat. And although it's 2025, still not all hosting providers even make backups for their clients or for you that you can use. When you're making backups, there are like 4 important parts to think of that not only apply to backups of your data, but also to your processes. First of all, the most important one would be to make sure that there are actually backups being made. Not all web hosts make backups. I've encountered some web hosting providers where their first-tier support didn't even know where those backups were located or stored. And for example, when you use a plugin to make backups, it can happen that a plugin gets deactivated without you ever getting a notification that backups are no longer created. Then the second point would be the backup location. I assume most of you are familiar with a 3-2-1 backup strategy. The theory behind that is that there are 3 versions of data exist. 2 of those are backups, and 1 should be at least stored off-site. Backups at the same hosting provider are at risk, in my opinion, because when the web host is down, you can't access those backups. When your hosting accounts get compromised, your backups could also be infected. And so with the 3-2-1 backup strategy, I would advise to at least store both backups off-site and at least 1 on your own hardware. For very important data, you could also take some inspiration from our crypto bros with their cold storage and just have a backup on a hardware system that's not always online or connected to the internet. Then the third one would be backup frequency. For a very active web shop, a daily backup is not sufficient. You could lose like thousands of orders just within a couple of hours if you need to restore a backup from a day old. Well, on the other hand, for a very inactive website, let's say a brochure kind of website, having a daily backup is overkill because that content maybe changes once a month or maybe even every couple of months. So how do you navigate that? You can combine the backup frequency, how often you take backups, with the backup retention. How long are you going to store those backups? For the very active web shop, you could use a shorter retention period. Well, for a very inactive website, you could expand upon that retention period and, let's say, save those backups for a whole year, but just limit it to a monthly backup instead of a daily backup. Well, for the very active web shop, you maybe want to create a backup every 10 minutes of the orders and the users database, but for the files, a weekly or a daily backup would be sufficient, combining that with a staging and then development environment, of course. Then the most important part about your backups is to actually download and test them. And not only download and test your backups, but also your test and your restore process of them. Just look at them as a fire drill. You want to be trained and prepared for the scenario when you actually need them. I've talked yesterday to a couple of people here, and I gave an example about an issue that sometimes happens with backups, and they confirmed that they also encountered exactly the same, that when you have a very big website, let's say 100 gigabytes, a database of 10 gigabytes, and you need to restore that backup. You start downloading that backup from 100 gigabytes from your cloud provider, and all of a sudden you realize downloading that backup is going to take you 3.5 hours. And then you need to upload that backup, and it's going to give you an estimated time of another 4 hours. All of a sudden, your client's website is offline for a full day. Or when restoring a database backup, you realize that the backup plugin you're using can't handle a very large database to upload, or your hosting provider, the whole server goes offline because you're overloading it with those commands. You don't want to get caught off guard in that situation, but want to be prepared beforehand and also assess your processes for that to restore those backups. Then, a month ago or so, I saw a post in a Facebook group for WordPress professionals. There was a question asked, what is your primary backup solution that you're using? The results were interesting. About 25% of the respondents said they rely on their web hosting for backups. About 25% were relying on a SaaS solution for the backups. And about 40% were using just a regular WordPress plugin for the backups. And as already mentioned, your data center of your web host can go up in flames. Not all web hosts make backups, and not all know where those backups are stored. And if you have a serious outage and you rely on your web host for backups, that report gets flooded, you can't even access the backups of your web host. So relying on your web hosting for backups is not a good idea. I would say it's not even a good idea to rely on just one source for backups. For SaaS backup solutions, they are very nice. They have some positive add-ons to it. When such a service loses connection to your website, you get at least a notification, so you know a backup fails. But it's also a bit of a black box. You don't know what exactly happens with your data on the back end. You don't have control over the retention period most of the time. You have very limited control over the frequency of those backups, and you still need to download them to your own hardware and need to test them quite often to know very sure that those backups actually exist and are not just a single text line in an overview of that dashboard. Then there are also the regular backup plugins, I think we all know, that are plentiful in the WordPress repository. I would say those are seldomly good enough to rely on as your only backup solution. It's often resource intensive when those backups are going on the background. They can take a very long time, especially for larger websites. And while doing so, your website is going to get a performance hit because the server is busy creating those backups. And you also still need to configure them correctly to make use of external storage, and that you get a notification when a backup fails or the plugin gets deactivated. So what possible solutions or alternatives are there out there? Well, first of all, I don't think perfection actually exists. There will always be some trade-offs between the amount spent, the ease of use, the setup, and the reliability of your backups. I think something we should all expand upon would be the 3-to-1 backup strategy. If the web host supports it, you should have their backups sent over to your own server, preferably in your own office or at home. Combine that with a SaaS backup solution, so you get notifications when a backup fails. And even if you have maybe one of those regular backups, backup plugins, you can use that for like small database backups that you send over to one of the many, many cloud providers. So in the end, you would have probably 4, maybe even 5 backups at different locations. But whatever happens, you will always have at least one recent backup. So when you've taken a look at your backup solution, your storage process, the test processes, have taken some steps in testing your backups, you have it all covered, hopefully. But what about your clients that depend on you? I've talked about not relying on the backups of your web host, but for your clients, you are their web hosting provider. You are probably the single source of single point of failure for them. How do you safeguard your clients from you? And it's especially important if you're self-employed or a solopreneur, because every so often someone reaches out to me and they have are really in a panic because their developer disappeared or they can't get in contact with them. And sometimes they only discover this when their website goes offline. And then there's nothing much left to do. And it's worthwhile to think about this and have discovered, because it's your legacy. The first impression counts a lot, but the last one is one that people will remember. When your client's company falls apart because you're not responsive or something happens to you, that's something they will remember, and not all the great work you've done in the years before. I don't have a definite solution for this, but there are a couple of ways to buy yourself some time. In the scenario you just abandon your client, go no contact, ghost them, there's not much you can do. But when you pass away, there are a couple of ways to give your relatives some extra time to continue your business and give them some additional time. You could have all the most important stuff on automatic payments, so services won't go offline within a couple of months. And also, as long as money is coming in on your bank account, that could go on quite a while. And make sure you have everything properly documented with a password manager and maybe a list of trustworthy people where to help out continuing your business. Another possibility is to decrease the dependency on you for your clients. You could have your clients pay for their own email and web hosting directly. You can register the domain names in their names, so at least they can file a dispute through ICANN or SIDN if you are not willing to help them anymore. You can send them one of those backups every now and then, so they have those in their own archive. And also maybe it's more for the web hosts. We've seen, like in the last years, you have an account holder for a web hosting company. You have contact details for the billing addresses. You have sometimes developer credentials there. Why not add an additional content or contact details for the actual site owner of the client, so that if the developer goes unresponsive, the clients can fill in a dispute to get their website back. So before everything falls apart, when was the last time you checked your backups and the processes? And if that's the only thing you take away from this talk, that's the first thing you do Monday morning, download your backups, test them, and time how fast you can change or restore those backups. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to take some questions right now, if that's okay. And there are mics right in the middle of the aisles. So you could go walk up to the mic and go ahead and ask. Yeah. And we do have one, so yeah, go ahead and get going.
Hi, Richard. Thanks very much for your talk. I loved especially the abstract slides. It was very original and very useful information. So circling back on something you said, that a backup can very quickly get to a few hundreds of gigs. I've run into this problem in WordPress specifically with the WP content uploads folder. Mm-hmm. Probably many in the room as well. So I was wondering if you have some sort of magic bullet solution for that.
That really depends on what kind of backup plugins or solutions you're using. The content, the uploads folder, you don't really need to back up all that data every day. I mean, your media files from 2022 aren't changing anymore. There aren't coming in any new files. So you don't need to back up every file every day and just have, how you say it, a more progressive backup solution to that. So yeah, just backup the upload files from this month or this week every day, and from the older months or years, maybe once a year, once a month. So you don't have a storage of hundreds of terabytes for a site that's 100 gigs. Does that answer your question?
Oh, yep, go ahead.
Hello. I have a little question. What do you think about layered backups? Because I have doubts about those. For example, having a plugin backup, but also having the host, the server backup. So I think, what's the point of the plugin if I could just use the backup of the server?
Well, I think every backup can fail at least. You should take into consideration the backup of your web host could also fail. So it's one of the backups, and if you add an additional backup on top of it, the chances are that both backups fail when you need them, and there are no backups at all, get reduced by a lot. So that's why I would advise to use multiple backup solutions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Richard, great talk. You mentioned progressive backups, so keeping a few backups and then having a bigger and bigger time period between old backups.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a specific period you would recommend? How many backups do I want to retain?
Well, for example, for the very small website, the brochure website, I mostly retain for my own clients backups for a year. But in practice, that is like 12 backups for each month, and then 7 backups for the last week. So that would be, 19 to 20 backups in total for a very inactive website. And yeah, for the web shops, not more than a month, because they are so active, problems also are discovered way faster than with an inactive website.
Good point, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, well, if you would rather talk afterward with Richard, you're okay to meet them at the cafe?
I'll be at the WP Cafe.
Okay, well, that's awesome. So that is pretty much the ending of this talk, but we do have a couple things to say. One, if you guys are going to the after party tonight, which is actually right here, actually you are going, so I should rephrase that. When you show up, you need to bring your badge, and if you don't want to wear it, just make sure you bring it. You don't have to necessarily wear it, but that is how you get in. Also, one thing that I'm very proud of in the way that I've learned to say stroopwafel, I know that makes you guys cringe, and I say it so bad, but listen, it's stroopwafel, little bit. Yes. And I wanted to just totally +1 on your call for speakers and sponsors for WordCamp Netherlands. I've been an organizer for 10 WordCamps, so I know how hard that is and how much you bleed, sweat, and cry over those events. So do apply to speak and sponsor. But we do have a gift to give.
Yes.
This is your speaker gift, so you gotta go swim in the Rhine with that.
Yeah,
Yeah?
definitely. Yeah, we Dutchies are really good swimmers.
Yeah, you are. Okay, well, everybody give it up for Richard.
No, thank you.
And then I think they want to take a picture.
Right.
Did we get a picture? Yeah? Okay. You guys got a 15-minute break, and we'll see you soon.
No.
Okay. I was like, where's the camera?
Cool.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? Yay. We got Kevin. Welcome. You've been told welcome all morning because it is now the last morning session before we go to lunch. And actually, before lunch, need to remind you all that we're doing our group photo. Or I think we usually call it the family photo at WordCamp. Yes, yes. So that is at 11:45 down in the main front area of track 2 and 3. So they would love everybody to go take the photo, so don't be shy, come show your faces. Also, if you have not received your t-shirt, your swag, go get that. Just show them your badge and get your t-shirt. They probably have a lot left over and they want to get rid of them. So go do your duty and get your shirt. I say that and I'm not going to do it, but you should. And then there was, oh, okay. So later on tonight is the after party. Everybody's going, right? Okay. Because it's not fun if you don't all come. You have to come and dance and don't be shy. Because this is WordCamp Europe where we dance, and that's my favorite part of WordCamp Europe. So you have to bring your badge. So even if you don't want to wear it, no worries, just take it off your lanyard, stick it in your pocket, and then show your badge when you show up. And it's actually right here at 8 p.m. or 20. So, okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with our next speaker. Oh, by the way, I'm Raquel. They told us that we're supposed to introduce ourselves, and I usually forget to do that, but I'm Raquel. You don't need to worry about last name, because I'm the Raquel. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not really kidding. I'm Raquel. So, and I've been in WordPress for a very long time, and I love this community a lot. So if you want to come say hi afterward, I'd love it. But for now, let's say hi to Sandra. So that is our last speaker of this morning. And I'm going to go ahead and give you a little teaser to what she's going to talk about. You could come on up, Sandra. So Sandra Kurtz, and I know I'm saying it wrong, and she told me nobody gets it right, so I'm going to just stick with that. In this talk, we'll explore the full spectrum of WAS models, from traditional agency offerings to large-scale implementations for franchises and enterprises. You'll learn how standardization, automation, and streamlined processes can unlock new revenue streams, reduce operational complexity, and dramatically lower per-unit costs. Whether you're an agency owner looking to scale or digital strategist exploring new business models, this session will provide practical insights into building a WAS that thrives, I cannot talk, drives efficiency and profitability. So everybody, big, giant applause for Sandra.
Thanks. So hi, everybody, and thank you so much, Raquel, for that nice introduction. I'm super happy to be here today and talk about website as a service. It's actually my very first time talking at the flagship WordCamp event, so I'm really honored to be here today. And before we dive into today's topic, let me give you a little introduction, a little background on myself. So this is me. I think this picture was taken right before my very first talk at the WordCamp. I think it was 2.5 years ago at the WordCamp Germany. I got 2 small kids waiting for me at home, and I've been working with WordPress now for a little over 10 years. At the beginning in the marketing department of a renewable energy startup, and since 2019 as a COO and CMO of Great. In case anybody isn't familiar with us yet, we are a Germany-based software company offering a comprehensive blog-based suite for web agencies and enterprises with high-volume website projects, enabling smaller teams to tackle bigger projects and also to build large-scale systems of possibly hundreds of connected sites. And that kind of leads us to today's topic already. Website as a service, opportunities, challenges, and pricing impact for web agencies. So we're going to take a look today at different forms of website as a service and what opportunities they hold for you as an agency. We are going to discuss the key aspects of website as a service and the challenges of building such a business. And we will also talk about pricing, because website as a service comes with some very interesting pricing opportunities. And just to give you a heads up, this will not just be about its recurring revenue. So let us start by defining what website as a service actually means, because Let's be honest, it's become one of those buzzwords that everybody uses for kind of anything. So very generally speaking, website as a service is some form of ongoing service around websites. So from a provider's perspective, we're indeed talking about recurring revenue, which is one of the reasons why website as a service seems so attractive to many agencies. Some of the agencies only charge that recurring fee, others also work with an additional setup fee. The services that included actually vary, but again, very generally speaking, it's usually about the creation and maintenance of websites. So as opposed to a regular agency project where you have someone, where you pay someone once, have them build your website, have a go live, and that's it, here we're talking about ongoing services. And these services may include, for example, hosting, tech support, possibly content updates, maintenance in terms of backups and updates, ongoing SEO and performance optimization, all these kinds of things. Now, if you're working in an agency, you might also be working with so-called retainers. And if that is the case, you might now wonder if there's any difference to website as a service, because for those of you who are not familiar with agency retainers, this also is some form of recurring fee that a client pays to an agency to receive ongoing services, just like the ones I just mentioned, like minor content updates, tech support, backups, updates, things like that. In my opinion, that's exactly the point where we need to distinguish regular agency business from actual WAS. And that difference lies in the level of standardization, scalability, and automation. Because if the website creation itself is still just a regular agency project, then this part is super individual, and it's thereby very hard to scale that. For each project, you kind of need the same resources, you kind of start from scratch every time, and often the only way to take on more projects is to hire more people. When we're talking about actual website as a service, it's about a very high level of standardization, scaling, and automation. It's about being able to sell not dozens of websites, but maybe hundreds or even thousands of websites. It's about lowering the cost per unit through scaling effects massively. And infinitely, it's about growing your business without necessarily also growing in headcount. And that's what we're going to talk about in this session. So I already mentioned there are different forms of website as a service. And this is actually the very first important thing that I all want you to take away from this session. The one form of website as a service that probably most of you will have in mind is the one where an agency or a freelancer offers websites as a service to their clients. So for example, offering a bunch of templates that may or may not be customizable, and plus all these services that we just listed. That's one form of website as a service. And while this might be the one that might feel most natural for you to do as an agency, there are actually also other forms. And in my opinion, they might be even more interesting. So let me give you 2 examples. Franchises. With franchises, you usually have the franchise brand, like for example, McDonald's, and then you have the franchisees, so the individual restaurants, fitness studios, hair salons, or whatever franchise we are looking at. And often these franchises, they pay a recurring fee to the franchise in order for being allowed to use their branding, in order for them to get a product, or also to get a website. So those of you who have also been to WordCamp US last year for the first time, they had the showcase day there, which, by the way, is something that, in my opinion, we should consider having in all WordCamps. Those of you who have been there might have seen my colleague Jessica. She presented one of the franchise cases that we at Great have accompanied. It was about a German fitness brand, Mrs. Sporty. They have 250 locations in Europe. And each of those locations has received their own Mrs. Sporty website. So all the sites were branded in Mrs. Sporty's design. Mrs. Sporty was taking care of creating the sites, managing the sites. There were also some content elements that were synchronized. They were able to deploy changes and push new updates and contents to all the sites simultaneously. So a lot of things they were able to control globally, while still allowing for local changes, when it came to, for example, trainer information, opening hours, and these kind of things. The franchisees, they didn't have to worry about any of that. They just paid the regular fee to the franchise, and therefore they received the website. So in that case, it's not an agency offering the websites, but it's still some form of website as a service. We often see a similar thing in the corporate world. So for example, one of our enterprise clients, they have a partner program. And as part of this partner program, they charge their product partners, they call it, I think, a marketing fee. And for this marketing fee, they provide them with a landing page. Again, these landing pages are hosted, maintained, created by the enterprise. They all have the enterprise's branding. They kind of all have a similar structure, but with individual content. I think they also place ads running to these landing pages. So again, it's not the agency offering the websites, but it's also some form of website as a service. So why am I telling you this when the session is supposed to be about website as a service from an agency's perspective? Well, if you manage to get that enterprise or that franchise as your client and build those website systems for them, then this can be an extremely interesting way to grow your business and to land bigger deals. And with big, I really mean big. The last franchise case that we were involved with was about 1,000 connected websites. So tell me, how many agencies in here are usually able to take on projects that big? It's usually only the really big enterprise agencies like the Sites, HumanMates, 10ups, or Fueled. But if you manage to create a scalable WAS system for these kind of clients, then these projects will also come within your reach, even if you're just a small or mid-sized agency. So let me show you how. Very generally speaking, website as a service, no matter what type we're looking at, is always about centralization, streamlining of processes, automation, and standardization. If I say standardization, I don't mean that each of your clients more or less gets the same websites. There can, of course, be customizations, but if you really want to tackle those 1,000 sites, you need the scaling effects coming through standardization. So the first key aspect is working with reusable assets and a component-based approach. There are very different ways to do that, and luckily WordPress core also already comes with some great features out of the box with full-site editing. So for example, you could go ahead and create some blueprint templates, for example, for product pages, home pages, whatever, and that then either you or your client can use to efficiently create sites. And with section styles and themes and global styles and theme styles, it's super easy and only takes a couple of clicks for you to create a wide range of design variations from these templates. And the good thing about patterns and global styles is also that they adapt to each website. So you could go ahead and create a bunch of templates and super easily stack together websites. And even though the structure of those patterns is identical, they can still automatically look differently design-wise on each client's websites as they automatically adapt to the global styles. And this not only works for design, but also for content. With sync pattern overrides, for example, it's possible to synchronize your patterns, which makes it a lot easier to push changes to all the patterns, while still using them with different content at different places. To be honest, the sync pattern overrides feature is still quite limited, both in terms of UX and in terms of what blocks you can use it for. But the idea behind that is exactly what you need to build a website as a service. So think that approach a little bit further and imagine literally any element of such a pattern being fully dynamic. That's what we did, for example, with our dynamic templates, and I'm sure it won't take long for WordPress core to extend sync patterns override functionality in a similar way. What you can do with that is basically you create dynamic layout templates. And you can really make each and every element in these patterns or templates dynamic, no matter whether it's a text, an image, block, box, link, whatever. And you can even combine different levels of dynamic. So for example, if you have a headline, you can make it dynamic both in terms of its text and also in terms of its size. So you can use the same template or pattern over here with the headline being ABC and NH1, and over here with the headline being XYZ and being NH4. Same with buttons. You can make them dynamic both in terms of the button text and in terms of their trigger. So you can use the same template over here to link to another page, and over there to trigger a pop-up email window, download, or whatever. And you can even make elements optional. For example, all these blocks that you see up here, they will only be rendered in the front end when the content editor actually puts content in them. So basically, it's a complete separation of content, design, and layout, which enables you to use one and the same asset at different places with different content, in different designs as they adapt to the global styles, and even in different layouts, as some elements might be optional. And with this, you have already covered step 1, creating a set of reusable dynamic assets to really speed up the web creation process of websites. The next thing you have to take care about is centralization. If you have a multitude of assets and websites, you need to make sure to have the possibility to manage them from a central place. This is, of course, a lot easier if you're talking about a large-scale website system for one client rather than a website as a service business where you, as an agency, deploy websites to a lot of clients. But it's still possible. So again, let's start with what WordPress core offers us out of the box. WordPress multi-site is probably the easiest way to centrally manage a multitude of websites. I could now do an entire session on multi-sites alone because we are really a big fan of that feature, but I won't dive too deep into that. If you have any questions about multi-site, if you're not sure if it's the right feature for you, I can just recommend talking to the guy with the green shirt and the straw hat, Robert Windisch. He's a true expert and fan of multi-site, and he will be able to tell you why it is such a hidden gem for large-scale systems. All we need to know for now is that multi-site, it has its limits, but it enables you to centralize certain aspects, for example, the management of plugins, themes, and users. So instead of updating all your hundreds of sites individually, you just do that once globally in the network administration. And multi-site also enables you and makes it really easy for you as a plugin provider to add more features or more settings that you can then control globally. So depending on your tech stack and your hosting, you will probably have a bunch of things that you can do centrally and thereby save time and resources. You will probably have like a visual interface with all your websites where you can manage them. You will probably be able to make central backups and things like that. And backups, by the way, is also something that you could also completely automate. And this is another key aspect of website as a service. Automate as much as possible and let the tools do the work for you. Because if you really want to tackle those hundreds or thousands of clients and sites, there's no way you're going to succeed with that if you still do basic tasks like backups and updates manually. I recently had a funny conversation with the CEO of WP Umbrella, Aurelio. They told me that they had a client who literally hired 2 full-time employees to do nothing else than back up and update their client sites. So those 2 employees were doing nothing else the entire day than clicking update, check the front end, go to the next site, and do the same thing again. Super inefficient, since there are tools there that can do that fully automatically, and also probably the most boring job that you could have. So please, if you want to scale it, automate it. Back to centralizing website management. What if you have too many websites to put them all in a multi-site, or what if multi-site is not an option since you need to have your sites on separate installations? There are still several ways to do that. From a hosting perspective, you could opt, for example, for a multi-tenant approach, which basically gives you multi-site functionality, but without using multi-sites. And these hosting offers also often come with features like rollbacks, central updates, staging, and all these kind of things. Or you could also work with several multi-sites and connect them to each other. create a multi-site, so to say. I think there's even a plugin for that, for something like that, multi-network, which is also available in core since WordPress 3.0, I think. And there's also a lot of tools that do things like that. And that's, for example, also the way we work. We also take as many installations as we need, multi-sites, single sites, and we just connect them to each other. So we can centrally manage things, then we can easily migrate assets and websites between domains, but still have them on separate installations. No matter what your tech stack looks like in the end, and that really depends on the use case and also the kind of website as a service that you're building, what's important is that make your assets as dynamic and reusable as possible, automate recurring tasks, and centralize as much as possible. And also one thing that I'd like you to have in mind right from the start is the way you handle client feedback and client collaboration. If you're going to have hundreds of customers and sites, they're going to have questions, they are going to run into issues. So think about how to handle this feedback and issues efficiently for a multitude of sites and clients, either by implementing ticket systems or even better by tools like Adoram, where you can have handle the client feedback on the visual interface of the website directly. And also, please don't make the mistake of saving money at the wrong place. Building such large-scale website systems and businesses is complex, and you need the right tools for that. Your tools need to be mature enough for that, and they also need to integrate seamlessly with all the other tools that you're going to need to build such a business. And they need to be future-proof. So think about building that flooring website as a service business based on some lifetime license of some random page builder. What happens if this page builder goes out of business? Will yours too? I now want to invite you to take everything that we've covered so far and take it one more step further. Because we've covered working with reusable assets and centralizing a lot of things, and that certainly will speed up the creation process and make maintaining sites easier, so it will definitely increase efficiency, but there's still a lot of copying and pasting between your sites. And if you really want to tackle those 1,000 websites, you also need to think about how we are going to implement changes to all those templates, which are now on thousands of sites, possibly. So if you want to go really big, you need to think about not just connecting sites and doing things centrally, but also to synchronize assets between your sites. Let me show you how we usually approach large-scale website systems, either for agencies with a lot of websites and a lot of clients, or also for franchises and enterprise cases. We usually start with creating one master installation that will later act as a global template library. On that master installation, we then put all the dynamic assets we need. So if your website as a service is offering website templates, you will put all your dynamic blueprints on there. If it's about a franchise or enterprise WAS, you would put all the dynamic templates, dynamic forms, post-type architectures, and all these kind of things there that you will later need to create the sites. We then take the individual installations that we need and set them up. Again, depending on your WAS or the use case, that can be multi-site, single sites, or a mix of both. And then we connect them to that global library so that we can then synchronize assets to those sites. Sometimes it also makes sense to work with different groups of websites and cluster them. So for example, if you have a website as a service with different plans, and you want certain assets to be only available for clients of a certain plan, or if you have local differences or different brands of your franchise or something like that. No matter how it looks like in the end, the benefits of such a synchronized approach are always the same. Like I said, it's much more efficient to synchronize assets than copy and paste them all the time from here and there. It's super scalable, so you can grow your business, and whenever a new client signs up or whenever a new franchise location opens up, it's a matter of minutes to provide them with their web presence. It makes it possible to push changes or updates to all sites simultaneously. So think about your website as a service offer containing the delivery of a bunch of new templates every month. Or think about you need to implement changes on your templates and to push that to all those sites. And last but not least, it also enables you to offer your websites at a much more attractive price and a much lower per unit cost. That 1,000 website project we had as an example, if you approach that as a regular agency project, you need a lot of resources, and this project will become super expensive. And since there are hardly any scaling effects, and you kind of need the same resources for every website, the more websites you have to build, the more expensive that project will get, more or less in a linear way. If you create instead a synchronized and scalable website system instead of individual sites, then the initial setup might be a little bit more expensive. But from a certain point onwards, it will almost make no difference whether you're building 300, 400, or 1,000 sites. So in that case, for example, we were able to offer a website for as little as, I think, 120 or 150 euros. And don't get me wrong, the project size is still huge, so you will still earn a lot of money with these cases, but you will be able to offer a very attractive and very competitive price per website to your client. Let me sum up what we've discussed today. So, website as a service can be an extremely attractive business model for you as an agency. It comes with recurring and thus plannable income. And even more importantly, it might enable you to grow your business in a way that regular agency business might never be. There are different forms of website as a service. And like I mentioned, the one that might feel most natural to you might not even be the one that's most interesting to you. The franchise case and the enterprise case might be even more interesting to you and probably also easier to build. Because that's one thing that I actually haven't covered today. As an agency, you're used to selling projects. And in these two cases, you would still be doing that, just that these projects are much bigger now. If you opt for like the classic website as a service approach, you would probably also need to adapt your sales process. You would need to have a lot of tools to handle selling the services online and to clients all over the world. You need to handle taxes, invoicing, dunning process, and all these kind of things. And then if you have those clients, you need to have like customer support, customer success processes, cross-selling, upselling, whatever. So basically, you would need to turn your agency into a product company. And that is easier said than done. No matter which form it is, it's all about centralization, automation, and standardization. And the good news is that you don't need a huge team of tax specialists or expensive helpless systems. You can really build this right upon WordPress, and with the right tools, this becomes totally doable for you, even if it's just a small or mid-sized agency. So that's it from my side today. Thank you very much for being here. I don't think that we have too much time for questions left, so please feel free to reach out to me anytime. I will be around today. You will find me in the yellow shirt, or if that doesn't work out, please reach out on LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Well, we do have time for like 1 or 2 questions if you want to queue up at the mic. I can't tell if people are leaving, if they're going to the mic. Okay, well, you also be available to speak with, right, one-on-one?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Okay, so that's it for today, but we do want to give Sandra the speaker gift. Thank you so much for that presentation. And that is a waterproof bag.
Perfect.
So,
and we're going to need it.
Excuse me, I have a question.
We do have a question.
There's a question. Where?
Yeah, over here. First of all, thank you, Sandra, for the talk. It was very interesting. You mentioned having a global library of dynamic assets, which makes sense in theory, and I was wondering what specific tools you use to make that possible?
I mean, we are obviously using our own software for that, Great Suite, which has these features as built-in features, but as far as I know, there are similar tools in some ways. So, for example, there are plugins that kind of enable you to synchronize assets between sites, but mostly like content assets. The difference what we are doing, we are really making every element dynamic and completely separating content from design and layout. So you could, for example, synchronize entire post type structures with or without content, things like that. But I think there's also some hosting solutions that enable you this connection of sites, at least, and headless systems also, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And that is all we have time for, because it is now the family photo, which I was just informed is actually in here, so you're not allowed to leave. If you were planning on it, now you're stuck. And thank you. Do we get a picture?
Thank you.
Do we? Okay. This Guys, okay, here we go, yeah. Let's show your gift.
Yeah.
I want us to see it, yeah.
Thank you.
Don't forget to bring your badge to the after party and get your t-shirts and come say hi. I'm friendly. Big applause for Sandra as everybody's coming in. She gets the glory.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Oh, there we go. How was lunch? I see a lot of mixed signals, but okay, great. So I hope you guys have been enjoying the conference so far and getting a lot of swag, if that's what you're into. Speaking of swag, though, if you haven't picked up your attendee shirt, your white one with for this year's WordCamp, please go down to the registration area. We have a lot of them, so they're yours. Take them with you, give them to a friend, or take a couple more. Another announcement is we do have the translation tool, so if you prefer to listen to or to read the translations of your talks, you can scan the QR code on your badge or go to the site and go to the live streaming, and then you can see all the live translations there if it's easier for you in your native language. So today we have somebody who's flown all this way from San Francisco to blow your minds. But don't let the Silicon Valley zip code fool you. He's actually originally from the UK, and for a fun fact, for fun, he walked on the wing of an airplane while it was flying in the sky. So Jason's the web AI lead at Google, where he's been for 14 years, and he's here to tell you something a little bit more than just buzzwords, but real tools that you can use for smarter, faster, and more privacy-friendly experiences right from your browser. So his talk, the client-side web AI agents for building smarter user experience for the future, he'll be talking for about 20 minutes, and then he'll have about, or maybe 22, I think is what we agreed on. And he'll have about 10 minutes for live Q&A. So there's couple microphones back there, but we'll also have some people running around, so you can raise your hand. And it'll get a little interesting. He brought some limited edition backpacks for whoever asks the most interesting questions. So get those questions afterwards. And if you weren't able to ask your question, he'll be in the WP Cafe afterwards, which is just right outside and to the right. So let's give a big round of applause for Jason Mays.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Jason Mays, Web AI Lead at Google, for our teams that focus on the art of running machine learning models client-side in a web browser. Today, I've come to share a story about the future of the internet itself and why you should start investigating agentic behaviors on device within the browser in JavaScript to gain extraordinary abilities for your existing web applications, while also enabling privacy and lower costs for your businesses as users' devices continue to get more capable. In 2024, the web AI community progressed towards a smarter web that was more powerful than ever before, like this prototype that enabled videos to literally watch themselves for you, extracting useful video frames in real time to grab moments that matter automatically and could even work offline. Now, in this video, you can see I asked it to find frames with the words Jason Mays contained within them, or a person standing on a plane, which, as you heard, is one of my hobbies when not working on web AI. And sure enough, it extracts those frames along the bottom for me, entirely client-side, no server-side calls needed. But this, while smart, was not an agentic behavior. So what's an agent? At its essence, an agent is a system that can perform advanced tasks autonomously on behalf of the user by breaking them down into structured steps that it can complete without user intervention. An agent can dynamically select and use exposed tools, potentially many times in a loop, allowing it to interact with the outside world, filling in any missing knowledge it may need to perform an external action, to then complete each sub-step, beyond the constraints that a core language model may have, that's ultimately driving the agent's internal thinking and logic. Now let's dive into this tools concept a bit deeper. While language models contain a vast amount of knowledge about the world, if you ask one what the weather is today in London, it will likely hallucinate an answer that might be wrong. Instead, you can expose a tool that fetches the current weather for a given city that the language model can then choose to call with the inputs it needs to get up-to-date information about the weather and then use that response in his own contextual history to perform that task correctly. Now, tools allow the language model to bridge the gap between itself and the outside world. An agent can potentially use many of them to interact with various external data and services, unlocking more powerful actions that could be used to help it solve the goals set. Now, the example shown here illustrates some potential tools you may expose for a holiday planning agent. Now, common types of tools include calling a function to perform some task, or taking an action via an extension to use an API, or fetching relevant contextual information from, say, a vector data store. Next, with regards to the language models used, this could actually be one or more large language models, or even multimodal models, to understand inputs beyond just text, that are all capable of following instruction-based reasoning. Now, if multiple models are used, the orchestration layer may decide which one to delegate to for the current subtask being performed. Essentially, an agent can plan and define subtasks that it needs to complete to get a job done, choosing the appropriate tools in each step, whose output can be used as an extra context in its memory to then reason what it needs to do in future steps in order to complete them without constant human intervention. And it can even cycle through a chain of steps it chose to perform, potentially multiple times breaking the task down further to eventually complete the request. So, bringing this all together, an agentic system is typically comprised of one or more language models, a memory implementation, and one or more tools it can choose to call. Now, these key subparts are managed and coordinated by the agent runtime, or orchestration layer, if you will, that governs how the agent takes in external inputs, how it should loop to perform internal reasoning, and even assisting in calling the correct tools that the agent chooses to use based on structured outputs from the language model itself. Or it can enable an ability to ask follow-up questions to the user as needed, and may define valid stopping points to present the results back to the user at key steps. Now, complexity of the orchestration layer will vary depending on your implementation. So, how does this all tie into Web AI? Well, last year, I made a prediction that websites of the future may need to be AI agent compatible, such that you could just talk to them naturally to perform any of the tasks that they support, to get useful work done faster, without needing to learn arbitrary user experiences on different websites. I also predicted that sites that don't make it easy for agents to work with them may struggle to compete in the agentic AI age, just like how we had to support mobile versions of our websites in the past to stay competitive when the smartphone was invented. Now, today, I'm going to demonstrate a Web AI prototype that puts these agentic concepts into action to show you a glimpse of a possible future of the internet itself, whereby websites are designed to work interchangeably with agents and humans alike. I'll be using Google's 2 billion parameter Gemma model, entirely locally in a web browser, powered by our MediaPipe Web LLM library, to show you how you can upgrade your existing site by upgrade your existing site with agentic workflows by reusing your existing code, exposed as tools that the agent can use in a low-friction manner. Now, if all websites enabled these concepts, we could enable a smarter web for everyone. Everything you're about to see is captured in real time on a 5-generation-old NVIDIA 1070 graphics card, so these things will only likely get faster with time too. Let's roll the video.
In this demo, we will simulate a flight search page similar to Google Flights to illustrate how this agent could work. Let's go ahead and attempt to book a flight using the AI agent microphone button exposed, but purposely not give enough information. Hey there, I'd like to go on holiday with my friend.
Where are you departing from and when? Is that a one-way trip?
Notice how the agent has already figured out that 2 people are likely going on this trip in the JSON output on the left. However, it also realizes that in order to use the website search tool, it needs more data to call that, so it's asked us a follow-up question too. Let's respond with what it wanted, but also include more data than it asked for to show how it can adapt to anything that the user throws at it. We'll be leaving from San Francisco, but can you pick a popular skiing destination in the French Alps for us to go to? We'll leave on the 5th of December and come back 1 week later.
What is your preferred destination in the French Alps?
I don't mind. You pick a town that's good for skiing in the region. So as you can see, even though I spoke to it quite a bit, it successfully extracted the data information, figured out what 1 week later actually means, and suggested the popular skiing destination of Chamonix, which is a great choice. As it knows that it now has enough information to perform a search, it goes ahead and calls my search tool with the data. Now in this demo, just for fun, I even get the LLM to generate fictional results too, just to show you how much knowledge of the world this tiny 2 billion parameter model has with no tuning. So at no point in this demo did I send any of the data back to the cloud, although in real life, a search would probably end up calling your cloud API to get the latest results from a real flights database. As you can see, it generated some realistic flight options, including some European airlines. All right, now we've got some results. Let's show how versatile this is. You know what? We had a change of plans and an extra friend is coming, and we decided to go to Tokyo instead. As this is a special trip, let's make those seats business class, baby, and change the dates to better dates in autumn. So here, I'm hoping it increments the passenger count to 3, sets seats to business, and destination should become Tokyo. I'm also hoping for some dates in the September to November range, and sure enough, it seems to have worked. Now, as I said, everything here is running entirely locally on my laptop's GPU, meaning that you could talk to it all day long and there'd be no inference costs involved. The only cost here is the initial download of the language model based on its size and the CDN provider that you're using, which is a one-off and it's cached for future page loads.
All right, so pretty natural user experience there and lots of potential, right? So, okay, so speaking of caching, I've also created a useful caching proxy library available on the link shown that you can all use when you're fetching large generative AI models from some server in just a few lines of code. This library makes it easy to fetch large binary files and then shards them into smaller chunks to fit within the limits of the client-side caching APIs, and reconstructs the binary blob as a data URL so you can pass it to any library of your choice at runtime as if it were fetching a remote URL. And this is how easy it is to interact with existing website functions you've already written. As you've seen, this can lead to an experience that's much more natural for the user versus having to learn a new user experience for every website they view. Not to mention, even a visually impaired person could use an interface like this too, just using their voice, making the website more accessible. So pretty cool, right? Now, if you're wondering how all this comes together, this diagram shows the key data flow for what I made in the web app that you just saw. The key thing to take note of is that the agent orchestration layer, logic shown in yellow there, just attaches to your existing business logic shown in green. And you can choose what functions from your existing web app to expose to provide it with the tools it can then use to get jobs done for your users. Now, on the page load, the web app is just downloading the large language model that I plan to use from cloud storage to power the agentic experience. And as mentioned, in this case, I'm using Google's MediaPipe Web LLM library to load the Gemma 2 2 billion parameter model and run it locally in my browser. Once loaded, I can register functions that already exist in the existing business application logic, again shown in green, as a tool that the agent controller then knows how to use, and call as needed to perform any of the tasks that the website supports. Now let's dive into that part just a little bit deeper. In my implementation, the agent is flexibly defined in my side panel on the right, as shown here, to make it easy to edit on the fly for experimentation at runtime in my demo. As you can see, I define a persona along with the functions I want to expose as tools, just by using regular JS doc comments that I've already got in my production code base, and could likely be auto-generated to some degree in the future too. The agent is then aware of their existence to use as it needs. Now that the core pieces are connected, the Web AI app is essentially ready to go. A user can use their microphone to talk to the configured agent in a natural way using a lightweight speech input layer that I also wrote. The speech is transcribed and then routed to the agent controller logic shown in yellow, and then uses the loaded large language model along with the defined agent persona, the exposed tools that are available to use, along with the current user input. The LLM is then able to generate a response in a defined structured JSON format that the agent orchestration logic can interpret and deal with, such as asking follow-up questions if needed, or calling one of the tools until it has enough data to do what's asked of it, in this case, to book a flight. Now, in my example, a text-to-speech engine is also used to speak back to the user if follow-up questions are required. And in case you're wondering how it knew what JSON structure to use, I specified this in the agent's configuration too, whereby I gave an example JSON structured output that I want it to always adhere to, so that my orchestration layer can route its requests to the right tool as needed via a common known interface to expect at runtime. Now, I can change any of this at any point if I wanted to experiment with different personas or work with other APIs or functions that I've exposed, if I wanted to do that, and making it very easy to explore future options. And then finally, once enough information is obtained to perform the desired task, the agent can call the search tool exposed by the business application to actually find possible flights that match and bring back the results. Okay? Now, these results are rendered to the user interface via the existing logic in the web app itself that would have already been present handling search results in the non-AI version of the site. So you're just reusing code that you've already got in production. And of course, once the results are rendered, the user could make a new request to maybe apply further filters or change the destinations as they desire, ticking off this whole process all over again, except this time the agent has a memory of the prior conversation, so it doesn't have to ask so many follow-up questions. All right, so with that in mind, I can now reuse this same logic with a different web application that has different exposed tools. In the example shown here, I made a Web AI DJ in just one day by reusing the framework that you just saw that works with public APIs for music services to show how versatile this can be. I even upgraded the text-to-speech engine to use a Web AI model known as Kokoro for a more natural-sounding voice, as you'll hear. Now, you can try this for yourself on the link shown, but use good Wi-Fi. It's quite large. But for now, let's see it in action and play the video.
Play me some music suitable for late-night coding sessions that's chill and not too many words. And sure enough, in this case, it's able to think about its knowledge of the world to pick some artists for the criteria I asked for.
All right, let's get those late-night coding vibes going with some chill tunes. To kick this off, Tycho's dreamy soundscapes are perfect for focusing.
After announcing the track, using the Kokoro Web AI text-to-speech model that's also running entirely locally, it then calls the Spotify API to grab a song for the chosen artist, which it then starts playing immediately. And just like that, in less than a day, I've got a brand new prototype just by changing the tools that it can call and giving it a different persona for how it should behave when talking to the user.
All right. So, as you've seen, Web AI is the art of using machine learning models client-side in a web browser, running on your own device's processor, graphics card, or even NPU using JavaScript and surrounding web technologies like WebAssembly, WebGPU, or emerging web standards like WebNN for acceleration. And in some cases, the base AI model may even be built into the browser itself and exposed to JavaScript developers via emerging APIs for common tasks like prompting, summarization, and translation. In fact, Chrome is already working on built-in AI APIs running entirely on the user's device too. So this is also a form of Web AI. And you can check their website for more details on those experiments. Now, all of this is different from cloud AI, whereby in that case, the model would execute on the server side and be accessed via some sort of API instead, which means you need an active internet connection to talk to the API at all times to provide those advanced capabilities. Right now, generative AI in the browser is in its early stages, but as hardware continues to evolve with more RAM available to both the CPU and GPU, we shall continue to see more powerful models ported to run in the browser on your device, enabling businesses to reimagine what you can do on a web page, especially for industry or task-specific situations. In fact, we could see smaller large language models in the 2 to 9 billion parameter range be LoRa-tuned for a specific purpose via the cloud, and then run on consumer hardware on the client side to provide agentic behaviors like you saw today. And we're now at the start of a new era, an agentic-powered internet that could really enhance your existing web presence for the services and products that you're already providing. And the time is now to start exploring how you could apply web AI agents to your industries, augmenting the strengths of both client-side AI and cloud AI together. So, consider using hybrid approaches with these smaller local models today. For example, imagine you've got a vector database of domain-specific knowledge up in the cloud. You could pair that as a tool with a web AI agent on the client side to provide critical context to answer a user's request, allowing you to get more advanced tasks done that otherwise the smaller model may not have known how to do. By using both web AI and cloud AI together, it allows you to get the benefits of both ecosystems. Now then, I'd just like to end by saying there are very few opportunities in one's life to be at the beginning of a new era like this. I, for one, remember when the internet came out for the first time. Yes, I am that old. And agentic web AI has the same feels as that, only magnified 1000x. And I personally believe that in the future, we will all build AI-compatible websites like you saw today, whereby you have the option to just talk to them naturally via text or voice to perform any of the tasks that they support using an AI agent. What if every website had a publicly accessible file that's specifically written so that an agent can understand what tools your services can provide? That way, instead of the user having to manually figure out some arbitrary workflow or user experience, the agent can then use that knowledge to get the job done in seconds. And the browser is one of the best places to do this, as you're already signed in to all of the services that you love and use daily, enabling you to use tools from all of those services in one place. And we're now entering the age where AI agents are growing in popularity. So, I hope in this talk I've been able to provide all of you a tiny glimpse into the future as to why you should start investigating web AI today, because everyone here has a chance of a lifetime to shape the future of the industries that you will work in for this fast-growing client-side space. And I hope all of you will join me on this adventure. So, do tag me on anything you make at your company, or if you've got any suggestions or questions about any of the technologies mentioned in this talk. You can connect with me on social media using the QR codes on the slide. And of course, remember to use the WebAI hashtag if you make anything so we can share it and help get you some eyes on your work too. So thank you very much. I'll see you next time. And of course, it's now time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. OK, so we do have 2 microphones on both sides, and we have someone that can run one as well. Any takers? If not, I have one, but I feel like that's greedy if I get to go first. OK. You want to try and yell?
Yeah, OK. Just seeing the Jason, you make the assumption that a speaking very old name will be enough to answer any question that an LLM can see. So you presented the departure date and stuff. So if you have a structure like only the format of the JSON or the form?
So in that example there, so my website had an existing search function, and in order to use it, you need to give it certain parameters. So in that JS doc comments that you saw, it says which ones are optional, which ones are required, and some sensible defaults as well. So if you don't specify how many people, it will assume 1, and so on and so forth. So if you've got reasonably good documentation such that a human could probably understand that, this LLM could probably understand that too and actually just run with it, which is quite impressive. Obviously, for specific industries, you might want to fine-tune the model if you're finding that the prompt engineering is not enough to get the job done. But I would start with the prompt engineering first and then go to other techniques if that's not good enough for your specific use case. But great question, and you've won yourself a backpack if you would like one. So would you please come up over here, and I'll give it to you. Yeah, or you can give it to him. Yeah, thank you. I'll keep that one there.
And I see another guy over there in a white shirt at the microphone.
Hi. First of all, thank you, Jason.
Welcome.
That was a fascinating talk. My question is about, you mentioned in the Spotify example it would take a long time to download and be on good Wi-Fi. I was wondering if that's because the LLM model needs to download, and I was wondering if that could be sort of part of the browser itself. Like, what's the potential that could be included in Chrome or Firefox or any of the other major browsers?
Great question. So to answer the first part, so in this demo, for one time only, you are downloading a 1.5 gigabyte model, which you're caching locally, okay? And it sounds, as web developers, why would you ever do that, right? The question I propose to you is that if you've got a service whereby you're going to use that model daily or weekly over a long period of time, it will pay dividends to cache that model and then not use the cloud in that case, because you'll save money over long periods of time, right? But if you're going to use less than like 10 cents worth of cloud calls, then it makes sense to use the cloud. So for your business use case, you need to decide if that's worth doing or not. The next question that comes from that is, of course, what about the user experience? Are they going to run away when there's a 1.5 gigabyte download? So you can get around this by designing your user experience with this in mind. So maybe you start by calling the cloud and download it in the background in chunks, and then when it's available, you silently switch to the local model to save your money for the company and that kind of stuff. And then the second part of the question, please, was the second.
I think you just answered.
Oh, OK, perfect.
Awesome. Thanks again.
Thank you. Please come get yourself a backpack as well. Yeah, thank you.
We can go to the other side.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No, the third one is just that one. Yeah, cool. Yeah. And the third prize is a Web AI notebook and some stickers, as I've only got 2 backpacks. But next person who's over there, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm wondering about, as we make websites AI ready, there are going to be older sites that may be great sources of information that aren't maintained and are not going to be web AI ready. So one is like, will we lose the prioritization of that better information? And second, why not use the AI to build the description for these like older websites that aren't web AI ready so that the agents can follow them?
That's an interesting question, and it depends what model you're using, if those sites might be indexed in the knowledge of that agent or something like that. But typically, what I'm showing today is to work with your site rather than just the whole internet or something like that, right? So I don't have a good answer for that today for how to deal with sites that might not be upgraded in this form. But I would argue that this is my personal belief, not Google's, just to be very clear, but I feel that in the same way we transitioned to a mobile web first, sites that weren't mobile ready tended to be a little harder to use on your smartphone, and people would just naturally not use them so much. So I think the same thing will happen as our kids grow up. They'll just be used to asking a question and getting a task done. And if you can't do that, it's like, why would I use that site? So I think we'll go through that transition over the next decade or so, maybe. And that's my vision of how the internet itself will change. I'm not saying it will go that way, but from what I see, just generally, it tends to be going in that direction already organically, and I think it's just going to continue along those lines, personally speaking. So, but yeah, great question. You can have the book if you want, so please come on up. Thank you. You got it?
Yeah. And I think we have time for one more, but just don't forget that he'll be in the WP Lounge cafe, afterwards. Here, sorry, I'm just throwing it around. If you guys have more questions. So last one for him.
Who's going? Or?
Yeah, last one.
Oh,
yeah.
I'll go over to this side, I guess. So, yeah, thank you.
Hi, Jason. Thank you for the fascinating presentation. My question is, because the agents are entirely client-side processing, what implications or considerations are there for data security or for data privacy as we move into this new phenomenon?
Yeah, great question. So it depends which angle you're coming from here. So the fact that we're running the model entirely client-side means that none of your data is going to the cloud. So in that sense, it's very secure and very private, which is a lot of the reasons why we've got people in the medical profession using us today, okay? And of course, we can run other models, not just LLMs. We can do like segmentation and body pose and all the other good things too. So in that sense, it's very private. Now, if you're asking about model security, like can someone steal that model, then of course, yes. If you're running on mobile or web, any dedicated developer can decompile that and extract the model and take it. So you don't want to give your crown jewels models away in this case, but a general LLM like Gemma, which is maybe tuned to your industry's data or something, or combines with RAG to bring stuff from cloud that's more private, so you're not just getting it all in the model itself, could be a nice balance there, so you have the best of both worlds, if that makes sense. Yes. Cool, thank you.
And the considerations for any sensitive data from a user's perspective, I guess.
Say again, sorry?
And any considerations for sensitive data from the user's perspective?
It depends how your software is doing things behind the scenes. So if you're talking to my local agent and you're only using local tools, not third-party things that are calling in the cloud, then unless your computer itself is compromised, which is a bigger problem, it's completely private. So if you're calling third-party tools, then you'd probably want to expose that to the user saying, hey, this agent's going to call Spotify API or whatever, so just be aware of that when you do this. But I think as long as you put those disclaimers of what third-party tools you're going to be calling, then they can choose to use it or not. So yeah.
Thank you very much.
And for those of you who didn't get any swag, I've got lots of WebAI stickers for your laptops and lampposts on the way home. So come find me afterwards, and I'll give you some of those. Thank you. Cheers.
And just real quick, here's a little thank you from the WordCamp Europe group. If you decide to go swimming down the Rhine, you can pack your stuff in there. It'll stay dry.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. There we go. Hello. There we go. All right, sorry. I know it's like 2 p.m., but we have a really fun talk, so we can get our energies going. So I have just a quick announcement. If you haven't picked up your white attendees shirt, your super cool WordCamp Europe shirt, please go to the registration on the bottom floor when you first come in and pick them up. There's still a bunch down there. So I know some of you don't have them, and I know you want them or gift them, so please go down and grab them. So I won't take up too much time. We have a next speaker who's going to join us. He has been part of the WordPress community since 2006, and he's joining us from Vienna, Austria, which, funny enough, not funny enough, awesome enough, it's the world's most livable city, and also Eurovision champs, so if you're into Eurovision. So today, thanks, I got one laugh over there. The talk today for Alex is he's going to show us what you're missing if you don't have your own WordPress. So this talk is all about the freedom of WordPress gives you. Not just the 4 freedoms of GPL, but the everyday kind. So the freedom to store your memories, to share with your family, and to build a space that's truly yours. So please help me give a warm welcome to Alex Kirk.
Thank you. All right. WordPress is just software for blogs. WordPress is just a CMS. OK, WordPress can also be a shop. But who still here has a WordPress blog? Kind of matches this graph. Blogging is not as prominent as it was. And who still visits their own, or who visits their own WordPress every day? I mean, why should you? It's your own WordPress. But today I want to show you how you can use WordPress for your own benefit as a Mastodon instance of your own. A place to store bookmarks and read it later and notes. Or how it can be your private space for family and friends and clubs. I think there's something that people kind of get a bit wrong with WordPress. Or like the default is that with WordPress, you have to publish something to the world. But actually, you can modify WordPress so that you can just share it with the people you want, and that those might only be yourself. So to use WordPress as your own lightweight Mastodon instance, it works like this. So when you think of social media, there's centralized and decentralized social media. And social media that is centralized, how would you use it? Typically, they're owned by a company, and a company like Facebook or Instagram, or Meta in the background, or Twitter. So you would install an app, go to the website, sign up, and then connect with others. In the decentralized world, there's no one company, but instead there's a protocol that people have agreed on to use. So examples would be Mastodon, or PixelFed, or Friendica. So you would install an app and go to which website, and then you have to choose a server, which one, and only then you can connect to others. But people get tripped up by this finding the right place to go. So taking a step back, the consumption of digital content works in a centralized way. Those companies, they make their own rules. So they want to keep you on the website so that they make more money using ads. And they do that by showing you stuff that you didn't subscribe for. I mean, it works. Everybody stays longer on those apps than they wanted. And something else that they do is that they, because they make the rules, they also make sure that only when you are on their website you can get there. So they create a walled garden. So what can you do there? A nerd would say use a feed reader. But these days, feed readers are not as useful anymore because there is fewer RSS feeds around. And the social networks don't have RSS either. They want to keep you there. They want you to go there. But your own WordPress is an alternative. You can combine the feeds, those that remain on the web, with Mastodon and Blue Sky. So you are in control of the algorithm, what you're being shown. And you have new ways to consume the content. And for those, you need a couple of plugins. So the ActivityPub plugin is the one that implements the protocol ActivityPub, which powers the Fediverse. So there are different equivalents in the ActivityPub world to a centralized network. So for example, Twitter or X is equal to Mastodon. Instagram would have PixelFed, YouTube, PeerTube, Facebook has Friendica as a similar service, and even Reddit has Lemmy as a distributed service using ActivityPub. One important difference between typical social networks and using the ActivityPub plugin is that you're not sharing a link to your post that you did, but instead the post is being distributed to the people who subscribe you. So your WordPress is actually a part of the network. It's not just a place that is kind of external and you might go there from the network. And because it's push-based, the content goes into the network and comes back pretty much instantly. And even if you don't go as far as I'm going to show you, the ActivityPub plugin is useful for any site because RSS is kind of limited to a certain degree, and ActivityPub is a bit of an evolution to that. So I really recommend you trying it. So in practice, as soon as you have that plugin installed, your WordPress can be followed using ActivityPub. So on a Mastodon site, you would enter the URL, and then you can follow them. But what happens if somebody then on Mastodon replies to that post? Well, it arrives as a comment on that post on your WordPress. And if you reply to that comment, what happens then? It arrives as a reply on Mastodon. So people can stay in Mastodon and interact with your post on your WordPress. And that brings back the interactivity to your comment section of a WordPress. So that's already a big plus. But if we go further and take the Friends plugin, it's responsible for subscribing to other people. So ActivityPub was for people to subscribe to you, so your followers. And this is for your following. You can subscribe, first of all, to RSS feeds. And for those feeds, you can even receive the comments and reply to them and so on. You can get email notifications. And with the ActivityPub plugin, you can then be followed. You can then follow people on Mastodon or Blue Sky via a bridge. So this is what the Friends plugin looks like. You have the feed of everything that you've subscribed. And here you can actually see that there is different content coming in. So some things are coming via RSS. Some things are coming via ActivityPub. And it uses post formats. And the status post format would be for the ActivityPub items, and the standard one for RSS items. One of the differences is that things coming in via Mastodon, they don't have a title. And if you don't like this mix, you can also select to only view like a single post format. So for example, for images, you would have a view like this. So if I wanted to follow the WordCamp Europe, I would enter the URL here and be sent to the Add a New Friend page. We'll then see which feeds are available. In this case, there is an RSS feed. And I can follow them. And now their feed is being fetched. This then looks like this on the front pane. And I can take a look at the post, next post, and so on. Now, let's go to one more plugin. It's called Enable Mastodon Apps. And this solves one of the things that make social apps really interesting, is that there are so many apps that make it really nice to use. So it allows to use apps that were actually designed for Mastodon with your WordPress. So it does this by pretending to be Mastodon. It implements the same API that Mastodon implements for their apps. So it's a bit of a hack. But it works well enough. And the concepts of Mastodon and WordPress match surprisingly well. And there are a few workarounds necessary for things, how they work in Mastodon. But in general, most of the bugs, I think, have been found by now and fixed. So if you only have this plugin installed, the timeline in the Mastodon apps would show just the posts from your blog. And direct messages could be sent between users on your WordPress. And that makes a lot of sense when you have like one blog where many people post, and you are interested in the content that other people post. Which would be the case, for example, for family, or for friends, or for a club, where multiple people are involved. So if you now combine these 3 plugins, the timeline will actually be similar to a Mastodon, all your friends' posts. Direct messages can be sent between you and people on Mastodon. And therefore, it acts like a real Mastodon instance, which, if you have ever tried to install a real Mastodon, it's a huge pain because the software stack is really extensive. So if we, oops, sorry. There we go. One back. This one. All right. So if it starts, maybe let's go back one more. Sorry. All right. Now, so this is a web app for Mastodon called Elk. And as you can see, there's the posts in there. There's the mentions. You can see the conversations, which are direct messages. You can have favorites and bookmarks, and they all appear here. You can post through the Mastodon app, and you have your own profile there. And here's another app that's called FanPy, and they have the concept of boosts being separated from the content, which can be a quite interesting experience. And of course, it's the same posts again, and you can go through the UI, and there's like the mentions, notifications, and so on, your profile. And if you go back to the notifications, you can actually see that there is this announcement here. And this shows that it comes from your own WordPress. And you can go to the settings. And what I'm going to do now is change this from just the status posts to the standard posts. So now if I go back to the FanPy app and refresh the page, this is now my RSS reader, because it only shows the posts that come in via RSS. So if we look at the Mastodon apps page here, you can see the variety that exists of apps that you could use. So there's for any thinkable platform. And for the demo reasons here, I'll show it on the web. There's the Pinafore app, for example, and this is the flow. I enter the URL of my own blog. I see the authorize screen. And then it returns me to the app, and I can see all the posts that are on my WordPress inside this app. Same content everywhere. And even search works. So you can search for any content in your own WordPress. It also works for mobile apps, or in this case, an app that works on macOS and iOS, Ivory. So it gets a bit boring. It's the same content, but you can choose from so many apps to whatever apps you like. So that's I see it as a bit of a missing gap that WordPress has in the apps ecosystem. There are so many apps to choose from now. All right, when talking about Blue Sky, it's this Twitter on a new protocol basis. Many people have gone there. And while they promise to stay open and add federation, the protocol, it's so much more complicated that they seem to have a bit of a hard time to make it really federated. And there's also no WordPress plugin compatible with Blue Sky with the protocol. But there exists a bridge that can be used via ActivityPub, and thus is compatible with all of this. So on the Bridgefed homepage, it tells you that you need to follow this account on ActivityPub, and then use direct messages to talk to it. So here I can then say I want to follow this person, or I want to change my URL to this URL, and so on. And this is a visualization of how all of this works. So if I post something, it goes out via the ActivityPub plugin in my WordPress to all the people that follow me. And if somebody else posts, it goes to their followers, plus via the Friends plugin into my WordPress, and then via the Mastodon apps to the apps that I want to use. So there's one thing that I think why WordPress makes a lot of sense. It's a place where there's no algorithms. Nobody else makes the rules. So you only see what you subscribe to. Maybe it doesn't feed the dopamine urge that you want to have, but I think it's actually pretty healthy. So there's only the blogs that you have subscribed to, only the posts from the Fediverse that you have subscribed to. And the bonus of using WordPress for this is that you don't have to choose a Mastodon server, which is something that people struggle with. And also, you get a nice email, a nice account there. You have username at your domain. And I would like to make this comparison with the food pyramid. The digital consumption, you also have the addictive stuff. You know, the sweets, the things that you shouldn't be using all the time. And you have fun stuff, and you have things that, you know, are without algorithms. And maybe the basis should be everything that you do research on. So maybe that could be a bit of a reminder to think about your own consumption. All right, using WordPress as a personal read it later tool, or bookmarking tool, or note-taking tool. How does it work? So, you know, Pocket just shut down. So WordPress can be a pretty good alternative to this. So you can save articles from the web with full content. And as soon as they are in your WordPress, you can actually edit them if you need to, and archive them, and utilize them in different ways. So you would use these plugins for it. And so the Friends plugin is a bit of the UI basis. And the Post Collection plugin is the one that will save the page from the web for you. So it can download the articles from a URL via a bookmarklet or a browser extension, or you just provide a URL. And if you use the extension or the bookmarklet, it will actually take the content of the page that you're viewing. So if it's like a paid article, you can still save it. And as soon as it's in your WordPress, it's fully searchable. So for me, it often happens that I remember I read something somewhere, and then I just have to search in my own WordPress because I read it there. And a small bonus for when you're subscribed to a feed that only provides an excerpt, you will also get the full content, because after the feed item is received, it will then fetch the content automatically. So this is how it works. Let's say I want to save this article, so I use the extension to save it to the collected posts in my blog. And then the text is received there. And as you can see there, something happened with the image. So I'm going to go into the edit mode and switch back and copy the image link, and then just use Gutenberg to add an image, insert the URL, and now the picture is there. And here it's back in the front end. Just a reminder, you can modify those posts to your liking, but you shouldn't republish them. It's, you know, maybe there's some legislations where it is OK, but in general, I would say for your personal use, just keep it to yourself. So let's save another article, this one about an LLM. So it arrives here, and now I've got 2 articles here. So I personally, I'm actually not a big fan of reading long articles on screen. So there's one more thing. You can send it to your e-reader. So reading on an e-reader screen is something that I prefer to reading on a front-lit screen. So I worked on this app so that you can download it like this. So those articles will appear as chapters in one book. And on Kindle and Pocketbook, you can just receive them directly to your device via email. And if you don't have that, then you can download it from the e-reader using a web interface. So in WordPress, you can then manage your different e-readers, should you have one or more. And in this case, you will need to take note of this URL. You will have a download password. And then you put this in your e-reader. I put it as a bookmark here, so then when I go to the page, I can now see the articles that are on my, in my read later list, so to speak, and download them as an ebook. So now, this is the book on the e-reader. And this is the table of contents with the 2 articles. So there's a chapter selector. I can switch to the next article if I want. And the images are offline, so I can read them even when I'm not near an internet connection. For taking notes, I recommend the Personal OS plugin. It started off as a note-taking tool inside WordPress. So a WordPress post would be your notes, and you can organize it in notebooks and to-dos. And because it's called Personal OS, it kind of evolved into the system that has OpenAI integration and so on, however deep you want to go in there. And for example, it has Readwise or Evernote sync. So this is what it looks like. It has its own post type, note, and you can store your notes there. So you have an overview of the notes. You edit them in Gutenberg, and you can organize them in notebooks. Finally, using WordPress as a private space for friends, families, and clubs. The first step is to protect the site from the outside, to install a private site plugin. So it's a plugin that restricts access to it, only to logged-in people. And it protects content like posts, pages, or other custom post types. But it should also protect the REST API or feeds so that the content doesn't get out that way. And as soon as you take this more seriously, you might have multiple sites. So using a multi-site is a pretty big bonus here. So a use case that I would recommend to use is to actually do deliberate blogging as a replacement to messengers. So if you send a message to a group, for example, a family group, you could think, could this be also a post on a private blog? One reason that I think it makes sense is because when do you really go back to old messages? Typically, it's lost in the back scroll. So with these plugins, you can do that. And I have a little bit of a philosophical side note. I think that we're all drowning in too many pictures. We're taking too many pictures, and they're all lost in the Apple and Google picture libraries. And we know we should clean them up, but instead we pay a little bit more to keep all of them. So what if we instead created blog posts and not only kept the pictures, but also the stories that go with the pictures? And then, with the right plugin, you can then revisit them. And I think, generally, like long term, I think this is a better solution. All right, so with the Enable Mastodon apps, as a bonus, you kind of can provide a really good interface to all the people who are involved. They can use a nice social UI for the content that you're collecting together. You can use the DMs to message between the WordPress users. And with the Years Ago Today plugin, it will actually resurface the old pictures that you have done so many years ago. So for example, this would be a blog of a family. And if you take a look at this in the Mastodon apps, it looks like a social service, but it's only for the people involved. Another use case that I think has an interesting use is to have your own private Wikipedia. I keep my family history of my extended family in a WordPress. So each relative, like on Wikipedia, has their own page. And for living relatives, you can have like their birthday, the birth dates, wedding dates, whatever, contact info, and funny anecdotes from that person. For a club, that could be a knowledge base. Typically, you would have to find another wiki software and install it, but you can also use WordPress for this. The plugin that I would suggest for this is called Family Wiki, and this is an example of a page for one person, or for one dog in this case. And yeah, using custom fields, you have the different data points, and that's all compiled with a shortcode. And that also gives you like a birthday calendar for your family. So, recapping this, I think WordPress is underutilized for personal use. And I suggest everybody to try it, maybe even again if you already did before. So use it as your own Mastodon instance, a read it later notes or bookmark tool, or as a private space for family, friends, and clubs. You can find this presentation and more links at this address. I'll give you a bit of time to take screenshots, photos if you want. Cool, thank you.
So we actually do have a time for a question, if anybody has one right now. He will be also at the WP Cafe, which is just outside and to your left, our right, if you have more questions. But I just want to give you a gift while we're waiting. It's from WordCamp Europe. If you're deciding to go down, float down the river, you can keep all your stuff dry with that. So any questions, any takers? If you want to ask it more personally, we can just meet him outside. All right, so we'll just go ahead and do that. So thank you again so much.
Thank you.
And the next talk will be about 15 minutes. Can you hear me? Oh, wow. That's what the microphone turned on to. Hello. I was about to start singing because you guys couldn't hear anything that I was saying. Nobody wants to hear that. How's the day going so far at the end of day 2? Great? Oh, I got a sort of active crowd. This is nice. Okay, so thank you. Thank you. I'm going to be here for 1 more minute, and that's it. So I've said this announcement like 3 times, but I'll say it 1 more time. If you haven't picked up the white attendee shirts for the WordCamp Europe ones, they're down by the registration. Pick them up. There's still quite a few down there. You get to take them home. You can re-gift them if you want more than one. And then right after this talk, we will have networking for about 45 minutes, and the next Fireside chat won't be until 4. So everything will be closed. And also all of the sponsor area are doing their giveaways kind of things. That doesn't start until about 15 minutes after this talk ends. So if you want some questions, you still have some time to ask any of the questions that you have. So I need everybody's attention, all that good energy, all that woo that I heard, because this is Jeff Chi's first talk ever at WordCamp, and he's kicking things off, yeah, right, like a boss, right here on the main stage. Mad respect. So he's going to take us on a ride through real-world accessibility, and not that checkbox type of accessibility, the actual like human experience type. So his talk is the accessibility in reality, and it is built around a Swiss case study that will open your eyes, maybe make you laugh, and will definitely make you think. So it's about 30 minutes straight, so there's not going to be any QA here, but again, at the WP Cafe. It's all good vibes, you know, it's got story, it's got heart, and it's got a healthy dose of making you think, wait, why aren't we doing this already? So let's give a warm welcome to Jeff Chi.
Thanks. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah, everything's working perfectly fine. Okay, let's start just with the question. Hands up, anyone, who of you here feels really, really confident about the topic of web accessibility? Yeah, okay, I'm happy, I'm really, really proud of you, but all the rest, don't worry, me neither. Before I tell you who I am, I want to tell you who I am not, because I am not an accessibility expert. It is not my main job. I don't have any accessibility certifications like IAAP CPACC, or IAAP WAS, or IAAP CPWA. I am not eligible to do the BIK BATY tests or the WCHG tests. I am not an expert on all the laws, I'm afraid. I can't tell you everything about EAA, EN 301-549, BGG, and so on. And sadly, I don't know all the differences between WCHG 2.0, 2.1, 2.2, and 3.0 by heart. And I am not someone who has ever spoken in front of such a large crowd before, so thank you for showing up today. Okay, I wouldn't mind if some of you would now be thinking, great, this guy does not know anything about accessibility and getting up to leave the room. What's the point of his talk? Well, my name is Jeff, and I'm a front-end developer, like I suppose many of you, or most of you, or some of you. And I said I'm not an expert, but I do have a lot of expertise, actually. I took a lot of accessibility courses, attended quite a few accessibility conferences, and read countless accessibility articles. And most importantly, I do have practical accessibility experience from building websites for over 10 years that are accessible. Starting back when most people did not even know yet what A11Y stands for. I guess most of you know that it stands for A, 11 letters Y, and who didn't know knows now. You see, making a website accessible in 2025 is the same for me as making it responsive. It is not an extra feature. Accessibility should be one of a website's basic functionalities. If I would go and build an inaccessible website on purpose, I would technically build a defunct website. And what kind of web developer would I be to do this? So that means that all of my websites pass WCHG AA and AAA criteria at first try, right? I would like that very much, but I highly doubt it. And still, I'm quite certain that my websites cover a lot of aspects that 96% of all other websites don't, this being the percentage of websites that don't have any form of accessibility treatment at all. There is a blog post accompanying this talk where you can find all the additional links and sources, and you find it using this QR code, or just head over to required.com and check it out on the blog. So what is our plan for the next 30 minutes? Well, I don't want to bore you. I don't want to give you the usual accessibility keynote and talk about why accessibility matters, or why it does not only mean screen readers for blind people, or why it would add great revenue to include people with accessibility in your target audience, or why we shouldn't just exclude 16% of the population from the internet, this being the percentage of people living with a disability of some sort. No, you have all heard talks like this before. In the next 30 minutes, I want this talk to have a slightly different focus. And I'm going to ask you again, are some of you scared of the matter of web accessibility? You can be honest with me. Is somebody out there who feels a little bit about the topic? You can be honest, but I know that don't worry, because I know I was scared as well before I started getting more comfortable with the topic. Because you see, being scared with the topic doesn't make much sense, actually, because this fear of not doing web accessibility perfectly stops you from starting with small improvements that already would be way better than doing nothing. So you should forget these useless fears, because every decision that makes a website more accessible is already a real improvement for the real people using it. And every small problem solved is a big step in the right direction. And in this talk today, I'm going to show you 10 examples of such big, small improvements that we made for a real website and a real client. And I hope you will see that there is nothing really to be scared about. There is nothing required of you that you won't be able to do as front-end developers anyways, because even I can do it, and I'm not even a trained programmer. I was a comic artist before I started building websites. So, one last thing before we start with the examples. All of you made one very smart choice regarding accessibility, and that is choosing WordPress as your CMS. Out of the box, the blog editor is highly accessible, thanks to the great accessibility team that constantly improves the code base. For example, last Thursday, right here at Contributor Day. Yes, I see someone around here. So a lot of things already work out of the box, that is, until we start adding our own code and making it worse somehow. So now let's take a look at what I brought with me today. I am part of Required, a Switzerland-based WordPress agency with over 15 years of experience and a history of WordPress and WordCamp contributions. So I am very proud to continue this legacy with my first talk here at WordCamp Europe in Basel. For the special occasion of WordCamp Europe coming to Switzerland for the first time, I chose a truly Swiss project as our hands-on accessibility example, the relaunch of prohelvetia.ch. ProHelvetia is the federal institution for the sponsorship and development of Swiss-based arts and culture and international cooperations. What does that mean? That means if you're a musician or part of a dance group or even a comic artist like me, and you are looking for someone to support your project related to Switzerland, ProHelvetia is your address. They also run worldwide cooperations from their offices in 7 countries on 4 continents. And the relaunch of this website was a big project involving 5 different organizations working it for over a whole year. And our role at Required was web development based on the existing WordPress installation. We worked in close coordination with the design agency and with ProHelvetia as a mutual client. And speaking of multiple parties involved in the project, I told you that I would not call myself an expert on accessibility earlier. So in this project, who can be the accessibility experts? Imagine the following scenario. You get a call from your mother, and she calls you that her washing machine is broken. So what do? Okay, I admit I would probably spend a whole day with lots of Googling and multiple trips to the hardware store, making the problem way worse than it was before. But all of you smart people in the audience, I know you would just go call an expert. And we did exactly that. Access for all. That's also a nice slogan for this talk, don't you think? Access for All, which is their English name, is a Swiss non-profit organization with the goal to make the internet more accessible. They offer website reviews on the basis of WCHG 2.1 and 2.2 AA level, which is the standard many international laws use, like the European Accessibility Act. Their reviews are done by experts, both disabled and non-disabled. And what comes in very practical, they will adapt to your budget, reviewing whole multi-site applications or just a few hours for your initial designs. Because, to quote them with their own words, a few hours can already be enough to identify the main barriers of a project. Anyone can buy such a review, and so did our client Pro Helvetia. It was their own wish to make their new website as accessible as possible right from the start. And now let's take a look at this website. Learning by doing it wrong. When you order an accessibility review from Access for All, you receive a PDF document like this. And I found that fixing all the errors they found not only improves your website, but also teaches you a lot about web accessibility in general. Today, as I said, I brought with me 10 examples from this Pro Helvetia accessibility review that I will lay out for you in the following structure. Problem, solution, learning. This will be the structure for our next 15 minutes and the main part of this talk. Some of the following issues might seem small and unimpactful, but keep in mind that these are real problems on a real website. This hopefully will also show you that accessibility isn't that scary at all. So let's just start with something easy. Number one, wrong alt text for linked logo. And now I quote directly from the accessibility review where it says, the linked site logo must have an alternative text that reflects the dual function of the logo, conveying the sender's identity and indicating the destination of the link. And this is how it was, the Pro Helvetia logo with an alt text saying logo of Pro Helvetia and an anchor element with a link to the homepage around it. Both not wrong, but a mistake when you combine them like this. Because the screen reader will actually say link logo of Pro Helvetia. And this does not tell you that the link is going to the homepage, but instead you might even think it leads to a raw logo file. Solution, and that's the cool thing. The cool thing is Access for All, they do not only provide you with all the places where you should fix accessibility barriers, but they also suggest solutions themselves. And in this case, it suggested adding the string back to homepage to the logo's alt text. This is a very good solution. We chose another one that also works. We added an ARIA label attribute to the anchor element saying return to homepage of Pro Helvetia. And then we left the alt attribute of the image intentionally empty because the screen reader will always prefer the ARIA label on the anchor element, ignoring the logo's alt text. Both of these solutions work perfectly fine in this case. And we learn images need alt texts and link need link texts. Linked images might serve as link texts. That wasn't that bad, was it? So we continue with example number 2, lists with only one item. The link find support is implemented as a list with only one entry. And as you can see, there is a big prominent call to action button in the main navigation, and this used to be just a singular list item inside an unordered list element. A structure like this will prompt the screen reader to announce a lot of unnecessary text. It will say link, find support, list, one object, and when you go over this over and over and over, it will just be very tiresome. The reason is, initially, we rendered this button with the WordPress function WP-nav menu because we implemented this link as a WordPress menu in the dashboard so that it could be set from the dashboard. but WP-nav menu will always render an unordered list, regardless of the number of items. So solution, instead of using WP-nav menu, we now retrieve the menu items with wp-get-nav menu items. And then we wrap them manually inside block editor markup. This way, by calling do-blocks, we can render the link just like a button inserted with the buttons block from the block editor. Don't worry, all this stuff will also be the code in the blog post. Learning. Don't use lists if there is nothing to list. Makes sense. Or number 3, grouped inputs missing label. The problem? The frequently searched terms are visually grouped with the heading suggestions. But this is not formatted as a legend to a field set. We are talking about the search modal. There are these handy search suggestions we can click on. They are labeled as suggestions, but this relation is not that obvious in the source code. We just have a paragraph element followed by an unordered list of inputs. Solution is a very simple improvement we can do here. We just replace the div with a field set and a paragraph with a legend. You don't have to change anything else from the structure, just adjusting basic browser CSS styles for these 2 new elements. And we learn, Ps don't label anything, but legends label field sets. This finding is also a great segue into the topic of HTML semantics, which is the topic of our next example, number 4. It says, text not semantically structured. The problem? Some texts are not correctly integrated into the HTML structure, but only via div and span. In the footer, you see an area where information can be put out that was also entered in the dashboard. And as you can see in the source code, the text was rendered directly inside a div element, but a div is merely a structural element. It has no meaning on its own. So it's actually unclear to screen readers what the purpose of this text is. This is because in our Pro Helvetia template, we echoed this text simply using the NL2BR function, converting line breaks from the input field to BR elements in the front end. But obviously, that was not enough. Solution, replacing this NL2BR function with WordPress WP AutoP function renders the text correctly as a paragraph element with BRs inside. This tells the screen reader that this is general text that is meant to be read by the users. And we learn, divs and spans have no semantical meaning. Always try to find the correct elements to structure your information, like P, block quote, address, and so on. This is a great example of how the practical findings from an accessibility review can lead you to learn important accessibility lessons. If you were not familiar with the topic of HTML semantics before, this is a great hint to look into it. Number 5, already starting to be halfway through here, wrong heading hierarchy. Problem, the newsletter registration and the footer content are visually clearly separated, but semantically subordinate to the last preceding heading to which they do not belong. What do they mean? On the homepage, there is a news section called What's On, with recent posts followed by pre-footer area with a newsletter registration form. But when we examine the heading structure for this page, we stumble upon a problem. The page has a general H1, followed by an H2 for What's On, and then individual H3s for all the single news posts. But the last entry actually says stay up to date and is not for a news post. No, this is the heading for the newsletter registration form. So, solution, just change this heading from H3 to H2. We can do so directly in the block editor. There, we can also make sure that the heading does not change its appearance and looks the same as it did before. Learning, always check your headings in the context of the whole page. Separate visual presentation from structural hierarchy. This is a mistake that many designers make. Just because a heading has to look smaller does not mean that it's simply assign it to a lower heading level. Number 6, current menu item not marked. Problem. Elements that are clearly highlighted as active must also be recognizable as such using a screen reader. In the header, we can find this quick navigation that allows us to directly jump to certain pages. And we can see the currently active page is highlighted with a dark background. But if we are not able to see this dark background, we won't get this information. So, solution, adding ARIA current page to the active menu item. This way, the screen reader will know to read it out as current page. And we learn, always ask yourself, how will this element behave on a text-only level when I can't see it? Number 7, button has no meaningful description. The button for triggering the search is labeled send, which is not useful. We can go to the search modal, and when you open it, you see nothing unusual. There is a search field with a search button. But we only know that this is a search button because we can identify this magnifying glass icon. The hidden screen reader text just used to say submit. And so it is not clear from this button alone what this form will actually do. Solution, just changing this text to search. Or if you're pretty cheeky marketing-wise, find. And the learning, label your interactive elements with words that describe what they actually do, and look out for hidden stuff. Because in this case, we obviously did not mean to wrongly label the search button like this. But because it was hidden text, it was very easy to forget about it during development. Number 8, nearing the end already, visible outline missing. Problem. Keyboard focus is not visible for the two dropdowns, discipline and activity. On the homepage, there are two dropdowns to search for funding opportunities. They are placed on a pink background. This leads to a problem because the default focus style for the whole website is a pink outline, which won't be visible in this case. And solution, we changed the outline color to black for the dropdown elements. And when we interact with the dropdown, it gets a black background. So in these cases, we had to switch the outline color to white. This again was not a deliberate mistake, but also an oversight, because this filter element on the homepage was added later during development when the outline styles were already globally defined. So we learn, when we define focus styles, we need to test them for all cases and all elements. And when we add new elements, we need to test if the existing focus styles still work. Number 9, announcing filter results to screen readers. Problem, if the adjustment of the filter dropdowns leads to an automatic update of the number of results, screen reader users must be informed of this. On the Find support page, we can dynamically filter through all the funding opportunities. And as we can see here, there used to be 100 formats, and then after filtering, the number is updated to 20. This updated number is easy for us to notice if we are visual users. But if we rely on a screen reader, it is way harder to know that something actually changed and what kind of changes there are. This problem now, in theory, would be a way bigger challenge to solve than the previous ones, because we now would need JavaScript to solve it. But remember in the beginning how I applauded you for choosing WordPress as your CMS? The solution is very simple. Just import the package WordPress Accessibility into your project from the vast repository of pre-built WordPress utility JavaScript modules. This way, we easily implement a so-called live region, and there we can announce updates to the screen reader, simply by calling a function named speak. And we learn, when you do client-side modifications with JavaScript, announce what you are changing to screen reader users. And in complex cases, look for pre-built utilities. Now, for the end, number 10, our last example, I have a small bonus category, and I called it I Told You So. Because, as I told you earlier, the design for this new Pro Helvetia website was done by an external design agency, even though UX and web design are also a part of our portfolio at Required. And of course, we gave our input during this complex design phase, but when many parties are involved and a lot of different opinions meet each other, not every expertise will always be taken into consideration, and some arguments might get lost in the shuffle. Maybe you know what I'm getting at here. I want to show you some examples where mistakes could already have easily been avoided during the design phase before development even began. Like here in 10.1, where it says, inconsistent header navigation, problem. In the service navigation, there sometimes is an entry, find support, and sometimes not. Well, you're already familiar with this call to action button in the main navigation. But actually, this button would not be visible if you were on the home page. Why? Well, if I had to guess, to make the website look cleaner. But you see, changes to main navigation elements are highly confusing for people who have trouble orienting themselves on a complex website. Here we're not only talking about visually disabled people, but also persons with learning disabilities or concentration issues. Solution: just always display the button. Learning: don't change main navigation elements when there is no need to. Makes sense, doesn't it? Or 10.2, everyone's favorite and most preventable mistake, color contrast. I guess this is the web barrier that most of you are familiar with. It's a big topic in web development, and still it gets done wrong so often. It says, problem: in some cases, the contrast ratio is insufficient, for example, in the error messages for the newsletter form. And that's true. As you can see, red text on white background can be pretty hard to read. Fortunately, this is very easy to solve. Solution: just changing the color to a darker tone of red. Or in another example, problem: in some cases, the contrast ratio drops to an inadequate 2.4 to 1, and it needs to be 4.5 to 1 for WCHG 2.0 AA level. I guess even on this video screen, you will notice right away that this pink color on blue background is pretty hard to read. Solution: changing the colors again. The nice side effect here is that the designers now had to think of another way to structure the information, since they no longer could use different colors. And if you ask me, this new outcome looks way better than the previous version. One last example for today. Problem: the pink color does not work with white text where the contrast ratio is insufficient at 2.8 to 1. We all know this button by now. We've seen it multiple times. And maybe you already thought the whole time that it's also not that easy to read, right? So what did we do here? We also, again, changed the color to a different shade of pink, right? That would be the sensible choice, to actually change this color here. Yes, that would be like this. But no, instead of changing this color, somebody looked at all the different metrics and calculated that the contrast might just barely be enough if we use bold text. So now, every time we show white text on pink background, we need to set the font weight to bold. And suddenly, it's no problem to read it anymore. So, learning: listen to the people who did this before. Sometimes changes during development might come too late for crucial design choices. What can we learn from the process of working with an accessibility review? When multiple parties are involved in a project, this often leads to discussions on how things should be done. An accessibility review ends all conflicts. What the experts suggest should be the way to go. A review mainly not fixes errors, but also oversights. Most of the findings I showed you here were not results of us not knowing better, but natural mistakes. These always occur the longer and more complex a development phase becomes. We can learn a lot just from doing. Instead of being paralyzed before beginning a project, we can simply start building our code and let it be reviewed by true experts. The more reviews we read, the more knowledge we will get, and the more confident we will be in future projects. In fact, we at Required found this so helpful that after the Pro Helvetia project, we ordered a website review for our own website, required.com, to see where we can improve. To-do lists are great, and there is nothing more satisfying than slowly checking all the marks. So the lists Access for All created for us was the perfect format to improve our project. Nobody is perfect, And nobody is building perfect websites out of the box, especially in such a hot and changing field like web accessibility. But trying to improve every day and getting a little better project by project is the least we can do. I will continue to do so and hope you will start doing so too. Thank you for taking your time to listen to my first ever WordCamp talk. I hope you had 2 great days here in Basel. I know I had a lot of fun with you, and I wish you a great last evening of WordCamp Europe. See you at the after party.
We have a nice gift. Well, I hope it's nice for you. If you feel like floating down the Rhine later, you can eat the snacks for energy.
Actually, oh, I still have the mic. Actually, I wanted to buy something like this for months. Because I really needed something like this for all time.
Yeah. Let's give him one more round of applause for closing us out for a great speech. Thank you. And yes, so we will actually have a bit of a break now. So this room will be closed until 4 p.m. So go network, go hang out, go take a nap, drink some coffee, pick up those white shirts I was talking about so many times before, sing me a song. I don't know what else to say. He probably should turn the microphone off. Just kidding.
Check, check.
Hello, hello? Hello, hello, bonjour, ni hao, labas, konnichiwa, annyeonghaseyo. That's about all I got. How you guys doing? Hey, there we go, there we go. We got there eventually. All right, so I know you guys aren't all sitting here to hear me talk, so I'll make this short and sweet. Thank you, one guy. So we will have the long-awaited fireside chat with Mary and Matt. We've actually already organized some questions from the WordCamp Europe organizers crew that have sent them over for some things for them to chat about and answer on stage. And then we will have a live Q&A. So if you have a question, we have 2 microphones, one on this aisle here and one here. The standing mics are about like halfway back. If you're not able to actually get there, please try to flag me down. I do have a standing mic and I can run over to you. But if you can, please head over to the standing mics the best you can. So without further ado, let's bring Matt and Mary to the stage.
Hello, WordCamp. Hello, Mary.
Hello. I have an extra special friend that was just given to me, so we have a third party up on stage tonight, and I love her. Yes, perfect, perfect. There we go, there we go. That's better. And then that way, when I get it home, I could show my daughter she's famous. Yeah. Yes, so thank you. Thanks for inviting me to WordCamp Europe. It's my first WordCamp. This is unbelievable. I so absolutely love it. Thank you for having me here. Yeah. So originally when the organizers contacted me, we talked about a fireside chat and some questions, and I know that there's been a lot of questions submitted. People are very curious and some really good conversations and debates that are happening. And so I asked if I could ask Matt these questions directly today, and he was willing. So I'm going to start off with some easy things, if that'd be okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. So in general, we're in Europe, in the beautiful city of Basel, and there's been a lot of conversations about EU, compliance, regulation. How are you thinking about this for the project?
Regulation, real easy.
Yep. I wanted to just get right into it, you know?
I will say that y'all raise it to an art. So there have been, EU, I think, some fairly and unfairly, is seen as a place where some is very forward from a regulatory stance, and sometimes those regulations don't necessarily have the hoped-for impact. Although I feel like my index finger is much stronger here, clicking all those accept cookie things. It's funny when Americans come to Europe, they're like, what is happening to the web? Has anyone had that experience? We have some folks who came. And I'm also curious, for the folks in the EU, do you feel safer, more secure, more private because of these cookie acceptance things? Okay, I heard some yes. I want to see hands for the yeses. So you feel also more secure with the pop-ups?
I feel more.
That's more than I would have expected. So for those who can't see, wait, go back up. I'll do like a quick kind of 15%, maybe 20. Wow. Well, y'all won. These banners are everywhere. I don't know if I feel as strongly, because I feel like people just click through them. Mm-hmm. And the sort of reject all can be built into browsers like Brave and other things. So there's other ways to address some of that. But unintended side effects of some well-meaning regulation. There's a lot of stuff going through the various parts of the EU right now. There's a cool initiative called the Open Web Alliance, which I believe is what, Typo3, Drupal, and Joomla, yeah. And it's nice because a lot of those are a bit more EU-centric than us. But we're in touch with them, we're following it, and we want to support whichever way we can. I feel like that organization and these fellow open source GPL projects with similar usage characteristics to us are very, very aligned. Yeah. So it's the extent that we can bring our weight and our market share to bear, I think they already have the right policies and the right suggestions and feedback to these groups. I would also use this opportunity to suggest that there's some fantastic sort of European content hosting companies, like SiteGround, hosting Germany more. And I feel like those being very large tax-paying businesses with hundreds or thousands of employees are very, very well suited to influence their legislators, their politicians, even their country leaders to advocate for their users as well. Because it's all users of hosting companies could be affected by some of these regulations if they go through as currently written.
Yeah. And another topic specific to the EU, which I'm really interested about this because this has been brought to my attention multiple times, and with WordCamps and then the more localized local WordCamps, it's whether WordPress Foundation or the WordPress Community Support should establish a legal presence in the EU. And so it kind of tailors or dovetails from there. But given our global reach, what is the complexity and the complexity of running events like this? Like, is this something that we should prioritize or even be thinking about?
It's definitely something I think we should consider periodically. And we've done some experiments here. I think it was in Nepal. But there's some downsides to this as well, largely from admin, overhead, maintenance. We try to keep the WordPress Foundation and the WordCamp subsidiary fairly lightweight, so we can focus as much time and energy on the good stuff, the things that we all come to WordCamps for, and the bringing new people into the community and the do actions and all that sort of thing. So I would say that right now, I believe our current analysis is that the cost benefit is not worth setting up more local entities in the various countries that the WordCamps happen, which, by the way, is different for WordCamp EU every year. I don't want to give away where the next one is, but perhaps a different country. Hopefully not ruining any surprises there. And yeah, so I would say right now, no, but we can always readdress that. And there might be some countries where the overhead is lower than others. If they have a really good e-company creation thing, like Estonia, I believe, does. So there might be some that make some of the remote stuff easier. We don't need to fly to the country and notarize 50 forms
or good partnerships or good relationships that we might be able to forge or see something to expedite some of these issues.
If there's existing organizations, I think partnership is the best way to go with it. And there's many, many organizations that are very aligned with us. It's not unlike actually Charity Water. And I actually just met with the founder there the other day, but it's a fantastic charity. But they now have, his company, the charity, only has 100-something employees, but they've now got I want to say it was 9,000 on the ground in Africa through partner organizations. And that's scaled up from a tenth of that, 5 or 6 years ago, drilling wells and things.
That's great. So still a part of the EU, kind of theme-based, because I'd like to hit all of the EU things today. So yesterday at a side event, the announcement of Project FAIR came out. There's highlighted interest, discussions that are happening. How do you see initiatives like this coexisting with WordPress? .org, the infrastructure, et cetera. What would be your ideal outcome?
Well, it's open source, so everything can coexist with WordPress. And I think that's part of the beauty that something like this can be written with the APIs that WordPress has. I don't know if I want to comment too much further on it, just because I kind of just found out about it last night. There hasn't been that much time. There's a lot of code and complexities. I do wish if the team did want to collaborate, or the team says we want to be transparent and everything, but it did sort of drop as a surprise or was worked on in secret for 6 months. But we can work past that and look at it. I do think things we need to keep in mind are, what are users asking for? What are the challenges they're facing around finding the right things, knowing it's secure, getting updates? The stats around how many sites that are hacked are from out-of-date plugins. Those are the things that are top of my mind for the plugin directory and sort of the trust and safety elements of that. For the .org directory, I think it's actually a super exciting time. If you haven't been following the plugin scanner improvements, check it out. I think we're approaching a point where we'll be able to scan not just new plugins, but plugin updates. If you can imagine the way that'll increase security. There's also fantastic work happening, not just from companies like PatchStack, but also just with applying the frontier models, which of course are getting better every 3 or 4 months, to finding vulnerabilities. And they're going to find a lot, so we're going to need to apply them to fixing the vulnerabilities as well, and figure out a method there for older or abandoned plugins. We can't just close the plugin because we're still going to leave thousands or tens of thousands of sites insecure. But we don't want to, break any plugins. Yeah. So I think we need to figure out something like if a plugin hasn't been updated in a year or two, it's abandoned but still active, or like some sort of way to, again, make the plugin directory like the most safe, trusted, and performant place for WordPress users. And I actually got some cool stats around this from our systems and plugin team, because I haven't heard it recently. So we're now up to 72,000 plugins and themes. This is about 3.2 terabytes of like zip files. That's not counting all the SVN history and everything like that. So there's a lot of data there, which is also why we need to make sure, like, if 500 mirrors are set up and they're all sucking down the directory, like that could DDoS us. And in the last 12 months, we've done 630 billion requests. Yeah, with 17.5 billion downloads.
That's unreal.
So the scale of this is, yeah, thank you. Round of applause for the plugin team and the systems team that keeps us going. And thank you to Barry for getting that to me while you were under the weather.
Well, it's funny because it kind of all tailors into one another, even the plugin reviews. Because like I met with that team today, they are doing phenomenal things in how they're incorporating AI and how they're looking at what the long-term success of that team will be. Is going to be great.
Thank you very much to the plugin review team. It is.
Thank you very much. Unbelievable. And we do talk a lot about the future WordPress. There's been a lot of conversations around 5 for the future and what that will look like. So the landscape of contribution is changing. And we're seeing more companies exploring how to sponsor maintainers directly, not just in a way that you check a box that, hey, it's 5 for the future, I'm putting my hours up, but understanding how critical work gets done. And so at the same time, conversations are heating up around how we balance this. With all of these proposals on the table, how do you see 5 for the future evolving? Maybe some short-term, I'd love to hear your perspective short-term, like what we can do now as we push forward, and then your vision of the long-term 5 for the future plan.
I think we made a classic mistake, actually, that a lot of managers do, a lot of companies do. And it's funny because I actually talk about this a lot, which is we were measuring input, not output. So I think an interesting way for 5 for the future to evolve is not just showing the pledge or the commitment, but then also putting right next to that, like, what are the results? At least that are legible to us, which most things are. Because, work generally involves a change somewhere on WordPress.org that's in a database. It's in SVN, it's in a ticket, it's in a forum, it's in a translation, it's in a something. And I think it would actually be really cool to enhance the badges. There's the badges on profiles. Put some stats in those. Yeah. It'd be kind of fun. Show some rolling stats, some GitHub-like stats. Yeah. So I think just putting a lot more analytics and stats in there would just kind of make it more fun. And I'm curious about that myself. Okay, also just comparing like input to output. And it's, so I think that's where we can go a bit with it. And it will tighten it up quite a bit. One frustration I've heard from some people sponsoring 5 for the Future folks is, how do I know they're working on the right things? Or what's the impact of this? Or is it even aligned with the roadmap? Or is this just kind of in some corner somewhere and it's never going to go to core? So, at the sponsoring level, I think people also want to have the highest impact per dollar.
Absolutely. And understanding where that money is going, how they're sponsoring, and then on top of it, what you can actually work on and deliver, which is great. And so a little bit about 5 to the Future, it's more tangible execution of WordPress Campus Connect. So we've recently, the rise of WordPress Campus Connect, I think we recently expanded it. Do you see similar opportunities in universities or students? What are your thinking or what are your thoughts around WordPress Campus Connect? And then how do you think that's going to reshape the project?
Well, we have a little bit of an announcement there, which is pretty exciting. So it's 150 hours. Mary's actually the expert on this. You should really talk about it.
I'm not the expert. I didn't do it. I'm just here to announce it. So there's been a program that we recently went into a pilot for, and it started at the University of Pisa, but Easy has gotten a signed agreement where 150 contribution hours will equate to 6 credits to graduate college. And so it's actually a...
I'm going to jump in. It's required, isn't it?
It's required for the degree, but it really is one of these pet projects that she has been working on behind the scenes for quite some time, brought it to the forefront, and it really does interconnect. There is opportunity for a feeder program, there's an opportunity for internships, there's opportunities to get people, younger generations in and looking, and because it's a part of an educational system across Europe, there is not only interest to expand different majors, but there's interest to go to other universities. So she's been driving this, I'm not taking the credit, but I'm very excited about it, and Matt will go and speak to the chairman of the board and the board to try to get this to expand, but the pilot will actually launch June 25th. So. Yeah.
Think about that for a second. 5,000 students.
At 150 hours mandated for 6 college credits. And so if you think about all of the individual pieces that are going on with education, we know a lot starts with education. But Anand, who's launched Campus Connect, and we've expanded that, and that's all over Africa, and that's in the EU, and India, obviously. And as he's working through that, and that program starts to develop and develop into something larger, we have the ability to tie these in. We can take Campus Connect to kick off the WordPress credits program. We can actually get people aligned. The endowment from Automatic actually enables people, once they're in these programs, they can apply to come to a WordCamp and meet with all of you wonderful people and increase that community vibe, right? Like, I like being here. So we're hoping to create a flywheel, right? A flywheel of new ideas of younger people, which means we need a stronger or a more elaborate, larger mentorship program.
Also, we can go to them, which I think would be pretty exciting. When I first heard this, I was like, oh my goodness, what are we going to do with that many people? Like, that's too much. But then I started to think, wow, the opportunities for mentorship, the opportunities to also, convert people to be contributors in other areas. Mm-hmm. If even 1% of that per semester or per year or per graduating class becomes a long-term member of the WordPress community, that would be very incredible. Yeah. Also, sometimes a question that's come up, actually it comes up in Europe more than anywhere else, is like, oh, our WordCamp's getting older. Where are the kiddos? And so we have programs, obviously, in schools, including as young as like elementary school and everything. But I think this is very much has the opportunity to just blend our demographics a bit more. Mm-hmm. And again, so many opportunities for mentorship and growth.
Yeah, so many.
And for us to learn.
And for us, just for us. That is great. And now, with that, we talked a lot about AI. We recently announced the AI team, and it's a combination of different companies have come together within the project to push AI forward. And so...
Who's here from that team? Can you stand up? Okay, we got James.
Yeah. Pascal? There he is.
Pascal, yeah?
Of course he's here, he's an organizer.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. We've got 75% of the team here.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think everybody is really interested in understanding what your vision is, not only for that team, but AI within the project. And then I'll let you answer that one, but then I want to go a little bit more broad with AI and vision of AI and your opinion on it in general. Yeah, stand my girl back up.
Well, it's hard to drink the water and, yeah.
It's okay. Over here.
I think one of the things the team is going to be doing is figuring out where we're going to apply our initial efforts. Where's the biggest bang for the buck? Generative AI has an opportunity to influence a lot of things that we do. And I'm sure it's started to affect many people's lives in here already, especially if you listened to me a few years ago when I said to learn AI deeply, prior to the launch of ChatGPT. The areas I'd be most excited about are, sort of plugin scanner type things, enhancements, particularly perhaps applying and testing, writing tests for possible fixes and things. I think there's a lot that could be automated with agents there to allow our volunteers, our members of those teams to scale. Within WordPress, it's hard to imagine a screen that couldn't be, or an area that couldn't be enhanced. Obviously, a lot around the writing and creation process, brainstorming, prompting, The generative AIs are getting quite good at images and video, which is the creativity that's being unlocked there with some of my friends is so exciting. A chat interface to WordPress, a programmatic way for AIs to interact. We can expose capabilities from both core and plugins and expose them so the AI can say, hey, what can you do? It says, oh, I can do these 100 things, and it has a programmatic way to do so securely with authentication. Hooks essentially standardize ways for plugins to hook into things. So both like all the e-commerce plugins could expose in the same way to AI, the products they offer. So those products can start to show up in answers for different questions, which, by the way, these different systems are starting to actually drive a fair amount of traffic, which is nice because Google isn't sending anything anymore. Well, they're still sending some, but it's definitely like a lot more value is going to the search result page, right? Which has been a trend, honestly. It's not a new one. It's been happening since, I think, like 2017. And there was one last, we talked about developer productivity. What's the one I'm missing? Project administration, yeah. Yeah, scaling ourselves, essentially, which I feel like that sort of center model, which is human plus AI, where you're using more as a productivity tool versus something running on its own with outputs not checked, is the most powerful and safest way to use it, particularly today. So, but y'all know, if you follow my Twitter, like a good third of it or half of it is all about AI. I've been very excited about this. Started to see the impact, and we've launched some things that are automatic, including AI Site Builder, our Big Sky Builder. I've seen a number of hosts launch some things. Elementor has some cool stuff. There's a lot of things. Actually, if you look at just AI plugins submitted to the directory, it's huge.
Yes.
And people are using it for translations and so many things. So I think the open ecosystem of WordPress also, where plugins are very, very free and open, and the backlog's gone.
That's right.
You remember I was here a year or two ago? We had like a 6 or 8 month backlog on plugin approval.
Yes. I remember that, and I wasn't even a part of the project yet.
So it's a very generative time, I think. We've talked before about sort of moments of like Cambrian explosions in WordPress's evolution, and I think we're in one. And in fact, I don't have the stat in front of me, but someone might know it. Like the increase in number of plugin submissions that's happened.
It's staying at 6,000. Is David in here?
It doubled from last year, and there's no backlog anymore. About a week? Yeah, that's nothing. Cool. That's amazing. And also, when some people are sort of like throwing haterade at like WordPress is dead or it's slowing down or something, I think a really great counterexample.
Yeah. Well, but every example you've just given, there's a ton of low-hanging fruit. I think it's time that with the team, with the AI, I think we all recognize how much can be done now. And it's all about planning it, getting it, and then assigning, I guess, was like giving visibility into where WordPress should be going, what we should be doing with all of this, and letting people contribute actively. Everybody's talking about AI, though, so step out of WordPress. I've had a lot of conversations around AI in general, and I keep saying over and over again, it's like it's time to put on your futurist hat, as generic as that sounds, because we're not in an area. I think a lot of companies are playing catch up, and they're not at that point, but we are going through a major revolution. So I don't want to just think about WordPress at this point. There's going to be a ton of products in the ecosystem that spin out, a ton of different directions. What would you say today that you should be paying attention to? Not the prompting, but like AI as a futurist, what do you think is going to be happening?
Oh, well, I'm very, very excited about, one cool thing that when you start building this stuff, you get a tailwind of things getting better for free because the models are improving so quickly, or you can just switch between them. So if you talk to teams that have been doing this for, call it a year, almost all of them have an example of like something they built that like kind of half worked, and then a new model comes out and it starts working really well. So that's very cool, those tailwinds. Something I'm most personally excited about are essentially new interfaces. I feel like we're kind of in the command line stage of AI interfaces. I think chat's great. It's amazing. It's good for a number of tasks. But I'm very, very curious to see an experiment with what other interfaces could be. And I know OpenAI is working on some hardware versions of that. The final thing I'd say is sort of materialized AI. So things that are with a physical presence, robots. And that could be as simple as like the vacuum cleaners getting way smarter. And there's actually one called Matic, no relation to Automatic, that my friends are all raving about, as well as these robotic vacuum cleaners. You know, I can't imagine there's going to be that many people mowing lawns and things in the future. It's just so much more convenient to have this done sort of every day with a robot that recharges and docks and everything, and hopefully doesn't run over your cat. You know, the bugs in this need to be, when you get into the physical world, you can't have mistakes. When I'm who's taking the Waymo? Oh, only a few people. It's in Phoenix? Yeah, yeah. Like, so anyone can call it in Phoenix? Yeah, I think in Austin, too. It is incredible. So in San Francisco, they were all there for a while. And so Cruise was there. And Cruise, you know, we know how the story ended. It shut down. But I would say that I would try them all. And being in a Cruise felt like a teenage, it should have a student driver sticker on it. Do y'all have those here? Oh, in America, people start driving at like age 15, their learner's permit, and they get it at 16. They usually have a sticker on the car that says, watch out, essentially. This is a kid. It felt like that. The Waymo felt like, you know, the most professional driver you've ever been in. Like the best London taxi cab driver who knows every turn and like is aware of everything and just confident, and it's so much better. Actually, right now in San Francisco, people are paying more for Waymos than Ubers, just because of the preference. They actually take longer to come, and they cost more, and people are still choosing it more. They've already passed up Lyft in their usage in San Francisco, and they're catching up to Uber. It's growing incredibly quickly. And that's the thing that happens with this AI stuff. It goes slowly, and then very, very fast.
Yeah, yeah.
And then finally, the robots, whether it's humanoid robots like Optimus or other things, I think are going to be very interesting, because much like the operator models for like OpenAI, where they kind of use your computer and click around, the world is built for the human sort of form factor. And so when we can start to automate more of that with robots, I think very cool stuff could happen.
Awesome. Well, I want to ask one more question, because I know everybody has been asking me this, so I think it would be great to hear from you. We recently launched the AI team. We have an automatician that is on it. And so I think it was a few weeks back now, there was an announcement about returning to WordPress core contributions. And so what does this mean in practical terms for the community, as well as does it make sense to release or to have a 6.9 or another release in 2025?
Yeah. Also, I just realized you can't spell automatic without AI. That could be your team's new tagline. Yeah, I think we can get a 6.9 out this year. And I'm personally very excited. There's so much I want to release, and there's so much we can do. And I think there's a pretty clear pathway to 7.0 and beyond. And yeah, we just got to get together and work on it. I think it's very easy to become distracted. But I want us debating, arguing more about software and interfaces and code, and sort of like testing things with users and shipping code and seeing how it goes. To me, that's where I'd like to get like 80–90% of my conversations to.
Yeah, let's debate about product features. We all have opinions on those too, right? Well, that's great. And these are all of the questions that have been submitted. And so I think at this point, we have about 30 minutes left. We can turn it to the audience. And there should be some mics. Oh, there are.
We're a little ahead of schedule, actually. So, all right, let's start over there. If you don't mind saying your name and where you're here from.
I don't mind. My name is Milana Cap. I'm from Serbia. I've been contributing to the documentation team for 14 years and contributing to plugin review team for a couple of years. And my whole work in documentation was serving a user. Every decision we made to serve user. And in plugin review team, we also include plugin authors. So everything we do for plugin authors and users to make their lives easier and better. Now, you said you didn't have time to take a look at the FAIR project. So let me give you a gist.
Deeply. I took a look at the announcement and everything.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just give you a quick gist of the...
I don't think you need to read it right now.
No. So the FAIR project is actually federated and independent repository of trusted plugins and themes. And it is under Linux Foundation. So that means a lot when it's under Linux Foundation. And what it means for users and plugin authors and theme authors is actually making their lives easier and better, more secure. It makes all the products more discoverable, and also developers can choose the source where are they using their supply chain from. But also it is helping WordPress.org because these are mirrors, so it will reduce the load from WordPress.org for every updates and all of that. Now that you have a gist and you heard me saying, I don't know if you trust me, but it seemed to me that this aligns with the idea of having user and developers first in mind. Would you, you as WordPress.org, consider collaborating with this project?
Of course, we consider everything.
Okay.
But even in what you said, I think there's a lot of challenges to it.
Okay.
So for example, right now, a supply chain attack needs to breach WordPress.org, which has never been hacked. What? What? Now all of a sudden, there's N places that could potentially be compromised. There's ways to do that, many ways. There's N places with uptime issues. Makes it much more difficult for, I don't know if it's actually better for WordPress.org, because it makes it much more difficult to do things like rollouts, phased rollouts, where let's say we give plugin authors the ability to ship to 5% of users and then see what happens, which means we also need things being checked back, and then we can roll out to the rest, which is something I've heard a ton of plugin authors ask for. It'll break all the analytics and stats that we provide, and also that we currently use to make decisions, for example, which versions of PHP we support, or how we do databases. So I think that it's a big part of why WordPress is where it is today is because of the infrastructure and the sort of feedback loop that we get from WordPress.org. Also, the trust that we're able to engender by having that be a resource. When you look at marketplaces, people aren't asking necessarily for, I want it to be downloaded from more locations. They're asking for, how do I know this is trustworthy? How do I know these reviews are real? Who's moderating? Who's checking the IP on these different reviews? What's the plugin rating? What's the compatibility for it? How is it compatible with my other plugins? These are the things I'm hearing from users, not I need it hosted in a different place. So, just as one example. And again, I don't want to get too far into it because I want to read the code. I want to dive more into it. I want colleagues to look at it. So I think it's kind of premature, less than 24 hours in, to say like, we're going to contribute or use this or not. But I do think it's awesome that people are shipping code versus just arguing or talking or writing blog posts. And I think that's a pretty productive way to sort of channel possible disagreements or anything. And then we can see how it looks. It might be a super niche thing that a few people use, maybe one or two hosts, or it might be something that maybe there's something in there that becomes like ultra popular. But like things like, something that we probably need to do in the plugin review team is something about these admin banners, right?
Yeah.
Now, how is that enforced in a distributed and fair system?
Well,
probably gets a lot worse.
There are a lot of problems that you just mentioned, but if they are solved, maybe we could actually collaborate with all of that.
But how would you solve like a plugin guideline?
I'm not the smartest person here. I have no idea how, but I know that we have a lot of smart people, and if we talk to each other and collaborate, we can come. And there is AI. We can always ask ChatGPT.
I actually saw someone, I think it was Katie, was like, what is Matt going to think about fair? She asked ChatGPT, and it was a pretty good answer, actually.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jaap Wering. I'm from the Netherlands. Tomorrow is World Ocean Day, and our oceans are a danger, and they have an immense influence on our world climate. The WordPress team that was working on our environmental impact of WordPress was dissolved in January, and the Slack channel was archived. But new recent leadership has come up, and contributors over the last 2 days, we worked on Contributor Day on the new team for that. And we'd love to get going again. We can't do that without Make WordPress, and we can't do that without our Slack channel. Mary already got a petition about it, and we have this question for you. Please, could you reactivate Make WordPress and our Slack channel so we can make WordPress more environmental friendly? I asked you the question, Matt.
Should I just drop the mic?
In these Q&As, we often pass things to people that know more or are more qualified.
I'm sorry, but I already know Mary's answer, and I'd like to know your answer.
Well, everyone else doesn't know Mary's answer. Mary, will you repeat the answer you already told him?
I believe that sustainability, environmental sustainability, needs to be embedded throughout the WordPress project. I think that sustainability for the WordPress project, as in 5 for the future, what we're doing for a contributor base, how there's many different initiatives that have kind of gotten together with environmental sustainability and the sustainability of the project. One, I think, should be embedded in all teams. I think that it's a much wider conversation, one of which I did sit in on for a while today. But we need to start reflecting and thinking about how things get done within the project. A lot of times, people will start with a team. It's an idea and then goes to a team. And my request about sustainability was sustainability should be in everything we do. It's environmental sustainability. This is a no-brainer. It must be done. And so if that's the case, let's take what we've built, or the handbooks, or with regards to events, and let's plug in sustainability in all that, and let's have a team that holds those WordCamp organizers or specific teams accountable. But let's not mix sustainability of the project when there are ideas that have come up around how we're going to contribute, or reorganizing contributors, or how we're going to fund, or how we're going to get funding. Let's not combine it. Because as I heard Courtney Robinson say today, and I heard Reed say today, we've been having the same conversations over and over and over again. So I have asked to switch. I've said, hey, let's rethink 5 for the future, which is why I asked that question for you today. Let's rethink about how we're going to move the 5 for the future forward, how we're going to reshape this project, and reset that for how we're getting that funding and what we're thinking about contribution. And let's separate what was sustainability for environment, and let's let the environmental safety and the environmental impact of WordPress go forward in all of the teams. So I actually asked for a rebrand.
What's an example or two of something that you feel like an environmental team would focus on or hope for as a result or measure?
Well, there is a framework of subjects to think about, and they already did quite good work, and it was mentioned, for example, in how to make an environmental neutral or friendly WordCamps, for example. So there was a handbook for that, and it is already used, but the team already then was dissolved. And I think it's quite disrespectful to the team using it, and at the same time having the team dissolved.
I am aware of the WordCamp side, and that's when we get together in person, I think, where we have a lot of opportunity for these environmental things. I also saw a lot of work around trying to measure the carbon impact of every WordPress install, and some other things that I felt like were a little more abstract. Also, it felt like the WordCamp guideline had a lot of contributors from the WordCamp organizers, not just people on the the sustainability team at the time. But do you have any other examples besides this thing that's already been done that a new team would hope to accomplish or we would measure its success by?
There should be done a lot of research. And as long as we can't communicate with each other, that'll be hard. And as long as we can't change the information, it'll be a team outside WordPress, and I don't think that's a good thing. And if you say it's a rebranding or we have to think about it, then it's a lot of talking about the team and not about sustainability. And this is what I want to get going.
And so you feel like the people working on this need a Slack channel on the .org Slack, not anywhere else, not on the Discord or anything like that, to do this research?
If you put it that way, of course not. But we want to be inside WordPress, not like a group outside WordPress. Because we love WordPress and we think we can add something to WordPress.
I agree, but it needs to be a more concrete proposal. And like Mary said,
there was a team, and why was it dissolved?
And this is going to potentially, for any team, that we need to measure results. And I think that one thing that's been happening is, we have teams that spin their wheels a long time, and they have a lot of people doing meetings every week. And you look at what actually comes out of it, and including I talked to a number of people on the team. I read some reports. I reviewed, I think, 12 months of blog posts. We want to make sure that when, for example, volunteers come, that they're focused on the teams that are moving quickly, iterating, have a good sort of output culture. And I don't think the sustainability team had that, if I'm really candid. And so it's important as project leadership, myself and others. And by the way, this was not a solo decision. It came from a number of people that, hey, this might be an area that needs a reboot. Also sort of separating out this the environmental side to more like the contribution side, which really should be more in a growth mindset versus just sustainability, right? We don't want WordPress to just sustain. We want it to grow and thrive and innovate and create great software. So even that word, but the word's easy to change. I think what we really have to change is our mindset. And I appreciate you breaking out the sort of environmental impact side from everything else. I think it's really helpful because, again, we can embed it in everything we do. But it is tricky. It's an area I've spent a ton of time on a number of environmental nonprofits over the years. I deeply care about this. I also feel like it doesn't feel like WordPress, at least for me, is the place to have the biggest impact in the world there.
Okay, well, thanks for your answer.
Hi, Matt. My name is Uroš. I'm from Serbia. This is my 9th year organizing WordCamp Europe.
Woohoo!
Why I'm mentioning that, because you said you like the QR code on back of the badge, and that's not part of the data that we are getting from Comtix.
Wait, what did you say? Sorry, I missed that.
You said you like the QR code on the back of your page, going to Gravatar and all those things. And that's not the data that's coming from Comtix that we use for the events. And Comtix is getting old, let's say 9 years. And can we get more wind in the back to make it better? Because all the questions that we have or PRs that we need to raise, they are going slow. And we have WordCamp every year.
Were you saying Camptix?
Yes, that's the plugin we use for the event. Buying tickets, selling tickets, printing tickets.
Uh-huh. And so the request is to...
So there is currently no one that is contributing to that project, and we want to take over if there is no one from Meta team that wants to do it. But we need help from you or from Mary. It doesn't matter.
Sure. And where's it hosted right now?
Somewhere on WordPress.org, but we don't have access, and we don't have anybody to ask for. Nobody is answering.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
And also let me know where you asked, so I can follow up on why that wasn't responded to or where it went, what happened to it. Thank you.
Hello there.
Maybe we can really, I guess it's not released, so other events can't use it, so maybe there's something we can open source there as well. Get it in the plugin trader. It's used for all WordCamps, I know, but is it released so other events could use it? Could DrupalCon use it, or? Yeah. Yeah, improve it first, yeah. that would be great. Cool, thank you.
Hey there, Matt. Nice to meet you. For the guys with the transcription, just transcribe that I am Matt, but I'm real Matteo. Nice to meet you, Matt. Nice to see you again, Matt. Hope you're doing good, and hope you'll do back in the after party. Last time, if you remember, we discussed about meetup sites. Today, I want to ask you another question, still about meetups. So basically, after the recent acquisition of meetup.com, I, as a meetup organizer, I have found that meetup is evolving to something that, tell me what do you think about, Matt, but I don't think it's what we want to expect by the platform we want to use for organizing our meetups. So I have seen that some people around here are organizing the community, are creating a completely new platform that it basically replaced meetup.com. What actually I have seen talking with people is it's still not really that much. So you have, for example, the fact that there is legal issues, maybe because someone is worried about hosting that on a specific owned website. And there are also issues with having in the widget of the dashboard the name of the list of events closed you have on just meetups.com. So I want to ask you, what do you think about the whole situation about meetup.com? What do you think about how meetup.com is going ahead? And well, what do you think about the future of ticketing, meetup ticketing? Thank you.
Sure. Well, we just talked about tickets a little bit. The widget in the dashboard drives a huge amount of attendance to a lot of different things. And it's like really one of the only ways that someone can go from just a random WordPress user to part of the community. And I think we actually need to look for more ways we can tie that together, not be removing them. The widget probably could use a design refresh, though, and be a bit richer. Also, how it incorporates online events is a little clunky. And if anything, we should be doing those a lot more and exposing them perhaps in a parallel way to the geolocated ones. If there's a meetup.com parody replacement that's open source, yeah, we'll totally throw it on WordPress.org and switch over. Particularly, it'd be great if we could import stuff. I don't know what the rules are there. In the meantime, we got a lot of irons on the fire, and maybe not enough cooks in the kitchen. So yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, this is working, so we'll get to it later. But if some people are working on it now, fantastic. And I'm happy to evaluate it as the project evolves or support it however I can.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You'd be amazed how much of the stuff we rely on today, that's like part of core, part of WordPress, or part of everything, started just someone being like, man, I'm annoyed by this. I'm going to fix it. It's basically like the whole plugin system and directory. All right over here.
Hello, Mary. Hello, Matt. First of all, thank you to both of you for being here. And I guess my question is going to be for the both of you, and I would love to hear both answers. So my name is Lily. We run a web agency specialized in e-commerce automation, and compliance in the context of e-commerce in France, based in Paris. And in the past year, I mean, it's always been the case, but in the past year, we have been facing mounting, and I would even say like severe competition from SaaS solutions like Shopify, to the point, they're obviously like very commercialized and extremely well marketed, to the point that even like potential prospects that are not necessarily tech savvy, they consider Shopify, even if it's not adapted to their projects. So I guess my question is, what's Automatic's like short-term and long-term plan in regards to competition with solutions like Shopify? And is there going to be a heavier investment in promoting solutions like WooCommerce? And in general, what's Automatic's stance on brand advocacy in regards to WooCommerce? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, WooCommerce is incredibly important at Automatic. It's our largest business now, I believe. And so we invest a lot in the development, the marketing, the usability. I'd say that performance is also a big gap I think we've had in some previous versions. And you've seen a lot of investment in that over the past few releases. I think there's still a ton of work to do. And also partnering better with hosts to make sure they have great onboarding experiences. I think there'll be partnerships with page builders to make Woo more accessible or customizable to them. We've had some huge improvements to checkout and Woo payments that are getting that to parity with all the Shopify checkouts, which I think are kind of best in class as Shopify Stripe. I want Shopify Stripe Woo to all be parity on the checkout experience. And of course, we'll always beat them on customizability. Right? There's just things you can do and control. You can customize things and also just know every line of code that you're running in ways that you can't with any SaaS service. So those are the main things there. I would also add that something we can do more on the community side is more work on the data liberation project. Because right now, they make it way easier to switch from Woo to Shopify than from Shopify to Woo. And so we need to work on our importers and other things there. And that's really when I spoke about data liberation, really the things I had in mind. So it's actually not bad if someone gets started with a different platform if you make it really easy for them to upgrade to WordPress. And if you look at the early history of WordPress, including when we had some of our biggest amounts of growth, we had really good importers for the biggest other platforms at the time, like Movable Type, Blogger, LiveJournal, right? You don't hear about these anymore because we had really good importers. So most of their users switched over to WordPress. I think we need to do that. We don't have good importers for the current generation, the number 2, 3, 4, or 5 in the market, which I don't even know if we have a good importer for like Joomla. But we're certainly not for Shopify, Wix, Squarespace. And so I think we need great, as part of the data liberation, we already make it very easy to get data out of WordPress. There's some things we could improve there, with the WXR format or backups or things like that. Let's do that as part of data liberation. But we really need to make it infinitely easier to get data into WordPress. And then it can become your hub for everything. And maybe even use it alongside Shopify. Or alongside, do sort of the multi-distribution thing, where you're sort of publishing your products to different ways to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mary and Matt. It's Courtney Robertson. I love the work around sustainability so much that I went and found an open source group that works on just sustainability. Community health, analytics, and open source software. It spells chaos. And their website's chaos.community if anyone wants to look at them.
I love a good acronym.
Yeah. This group is unique in that what they do is look at metrics and create practitioner guides for other open source projects to adopt. So we don't need to create or reinvent that wheel. Out of that, as I got involved with them, I learned about a few different open source tools they made available, Gromori and a few others. That led on to me chatting with Hari about this as it relates to using Bitergia for the WordPress project. That's what we use so far for the Contributor Dashboards initiative that began. And some of, Matt, what you were saying about on individual contributor profiles, there could be ways to better get some of this data instead of promissory pledges to get the data of what are we achieving, what are we getting done. Some of the tools right now, it's publicly able to scrape what's coming out of GitHub that's public, right? We could hook more data points up to it. We have an interest from folks that want to even port it so that track ticket comments could go through, Slack messages, Help Scout, Free Scout, etc. The last that I touched base with Hari was before things have shifted in his roles. But where things last stood was that we need permission to be able to hook up Slack or Help Scout or some of these to get some better metrics of just numbers, not so much the content of the messages, but to start tracking those numbers so that we know what stories we want to tell from individual contributors, as well as from the sponsor side. Sponsors want ways to know are the people doing what we're sponsoring them to do? Is that creating a measurable result? There are other tools than Bitergia out there. That's the first one that we selected that fit closest to our needs for the contributor dashboards. Do you feel that it would be possible to get the permission needed to hook some of these other input sources up? And in addition, when we first began this research, the follow-up is who covers the cost of Bitergia or some of the tools that do some of this for the project? Would you be open to other organizations besides Audrey or Automatic helping fund some of that?
Helping fund some of...
The tooling.
Oh, the cost of the software?
Yeah.
How much is the software?
I think if we were to hook up more, it keeps scaling up. So I don't want to speak ill of the number that I vaguely remember from a few months ago, but the more connections we put into it, the more costly it becomes. But I think that the compelling data of having data-informed decision-making would be a win.
So I can take this because I've actually been looking into it from the dashboard specifically because with Harry. So you read my mind. Yes, I would love it to be funded by somebody else. Automatic currently funds it, and it's very expensive. So if we were to put more data points into it, definitely I would really appreciate that, and then it could be a lot more transparent. And I shared this before when it came up. I think it's great to think of other data points that are going to feed into this dashboard, but I wonder about the quality of the data points. And we start entering Slack messages. What does that mean? When we're trying so hard to think about an impact, I could text a 50 thing in Slack, and I've said absolutely nothing. So as long as we balance that effectively, I think it would be really good. Same with track tickets.
Sure.
But this came up this morning with Five for the Future as well, because I really do believe in the fact that we need to get to an impact, and we need to have that represented in data. And we need to be able to tie that back into our roadmaps. And then it's that much wider conversation around what is an impactful contribution. How are we going to measure that? What does that mean across the teams? An impactful contribution for a developer, an impactful contribution for a marketer, very different. So I would love to continue these conversations. I'm really excited about it, which is why I came today, and I've been in those Slacks. And I would love if others can start to fund specific things.
Thank you.
So fantastic, yeah.
Thank you. To the left, or?
Hello, Matt. This is Abdullah from Pakistan, and I would like to share one news about WordPress community in Pakistan, and I have one further question as following. So basically, I'm contributing to WordPress community since 2017, and organized and part of a team for 3 WordCamps. And recently, I led a WordCamp in Pakistan, in Lahore, and Lahore has a very vibrant community. So one thing I have a question is like, that event we organized, that was a bit different from the other WordCamps in the world, and I would like to tell you how. So we have raised enough money, enough sponsorships, like we don't request for a sponsor community fund from the WordPress Foundation. So this is what we have done, and I think there is no WordCamp in the world that actually raised too much fund to cover the conference expense for the WordCamp. And obviously, WordCamps needs community funds. Like there are many global sponsorships out there where the funds actually flowing to the WordCamps. So I think it's like that fund that was approved for the WordCamp Lahore 2023. So my opinion on that, like that's a proposal for the foundation. Like that budget was allocated to the WordCamp Lahore team, and that should be invested to that community and the organizers who was contributing to the communities voluntarily for many years, and they want to attend WordCamp Europe, WordCamp US. Even I'm trying since 2018. So 2024 was my first WordCamp Europe, global WordCamp. Even before that, I could not attend due to many reasons. It's a financial, it's about visa and many things. So my proposal is the fund that was allocated to that community, that must be spent over there, like if they have done a very good job with the local sponsor raise. And even I tried to raise this concern, but it was not heard. And one thing I would like to say very openly, you are sitting here, WordPress is the 45% part of the internet, and that is due to the community, that is due to us, that is due to all people sitting here. So obviously WordPress, Automatic, and other brands contributing and global sponsors are contributing, but those people who are part of community in any way, either contributing to the core, either contributing to the community, they're actually part of it. They're actually adding value to the WordPress on daily basis. So I have a proposal. So we must spend that budget to the allocated community who have approved for this. So that's my first thing. And the second thing is about obviously it's
I'm sorry we're laughing. It's just it was a longer story. And how about can we just cover that before, and then give maybe more people a chance to ask a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, no, it's totally fine. That is a story I haven't heard before. It sounds like one that probably is best dealt with the WordCamp team. And I certainly wouldn't want to override their decision on stage with 30 seconds of hearing about it. I do know that there's, just things we have to navigate. If sponsor funds for a camp are used for individual benefit, that wasn't explicit beforehand, Like if the sponsor's saying, okay, anything extra is gonna try to sponsor someone kind of like the WordCamp Foundation does, or WordPress Foundation does, to visits, that's fine. But if it's kind of changed after the fact, it's a little weird. So it could be something that changes going forward too, or just get the sponsors to separately do this, with the individual versus it going through the WordCamp, which obviously has a lot of rules for good reasons. We have to worry a lot about misuse of funds and other things. So that's just off the top of my head, and I will defer the actual answer to this and decision to the WordCamp team. So I will, if you felt like, I'm sure they heard you before, you might not have agreed with the answer, but you could always maybe contextualize it differently or appeal, but ultimately it is the decision of that team. They deal with these things more closely. So.
And we do actually have WordCamps that turn a profit. So
Yeah, a good amount.
There's a good amount of them. But it's great to hear, because I'm happy that you have turned a profit, but there are many.
Not a goal. It's like we should just have better food or music or something. The goal is to put it all back in.
Roll it into the party.
But
There's lots of parties.
That was actually, you saw that the WordPress Foundation did a larger grant to Internet Archive. That wasn't from donations. That was from excess from WordCamps accumulated over, I think, a couple of years, or maybe a year or two. I forget exactly. Now, we want to keep a little buffer there, rainy day fund, but yeah, the whole setup of that organization is if there's extra, ideally it went back in at the time, and if not, we grant it to other great nonprofits. All right, right over there.
So one last question, I have, if you don't mind.
No, let's move on, because we're actually over time.
Yeah.
I want to get a few more people in line, so.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Matt. Hello, Mary. First up, I want to thank both of you for taking Campus Connect officially within the WordPress project. If you remember, I asked you a question at WordCamp Asia Manila about the students. So having recognized the efforts of Pooja, Anand, also we have Ganga, we have Shiv running GoWP initiative in Nepal. Also we're also running open source next gen BD in Bangladesh, which has started 6 months ago. I am one of those person who's taking it forward. Now, my question to both of you individually, I want to hear from you. What do you envision now that Campus Connect is official and we have smaller events running in multiple different parts of the world? So what do you envision now that it's official? Are we going to have possibly a bigger event, which is other than WordCamp, with students and involving universities and educational institutions worldwide?
Yeah. I mean, this is, I think, one of the bigger opportunities we've had in a long time, because it's very, very scalable. We can train the trainers, as Mary put so eloquently earlier, and then that can scale out to a really large number of students through an existing framework, which has accountability, has testing, has all those sorts of things built in there. The university systems across the world. And again, once this works in some places, I think we have a great opportunity to get this into other majors, particularly engineering would be the one I'd be most excited about, and of course other countries. I think this could easily be a worldwide thing. And then, yeah, a WordPress accreditation, all that sort of stuff.
I have a lot of opinions on this. I'm really excited about Campus Connect. I've never actually shared this with you, but when you interconnect all of these pieces, right? And the reason we haven't tied them together yet is because I think it'll stall forward momentum. I think it'll stall the progress. But look at everything that has been launching. You've got the WordPress community, or WordPress credits, which are actually in the university. And then you have the Campus Connect initiative, which is live. But then you have the idea of events. And I've heard multiple times, the events, we need to scale up the events, from WordCamps to local WordCamps to flagships. How are we changing the events? And then WordPress Campus Connect launches as an event, right? And all of a sudden, so much attention came to it, but it didn't just come for the people who are on the ground training and exciting to engage with younger generations and teaching people. It came from companies who it's like been reinvigorated as how they can fund it and how they can be a participant and then how they can create that stickiness. And like I said, with the endowment around bringing people and actually getting people, it's similar to what the gentleman had just said. Like we have an excess amount of funds. It should stay within Pakistan. It's like, or we should figure out a way to fund people to come to a WordCamp who haven't been here and experience it. So the flywheel that can connect here is phenomenal. It brings new blood into the project. It brings new ideas. It brings education. It brings everything that we need to make this project holistic long-term, right? And I think one of the interesting things is I've been around for the last couple of days, and I've been all around talking to folks. And I don't know if anybody's here, but I didn't meet anybody with less than a year at WordPress. I didn't meet anybody. Actually, the earliest I met was 5 years. Can anybody tell me that they've been here for less than 5 years? Or less than 3 years, actually. It's probably a smaller number.
Less than 3 years.
Less than 3 years.
There we go.
That's a problem. And it's a problem that they're not at WordCamp, so I'm not going to say, oh, yeah, well, you know. But I've never been to a WordCamp, and I was at Automatic for 3 years, and I've never been there. It was COVID. And then I get here, and I want to come to so many more. And then there's faces to the names, and then I understand how to interact with people, because I'm what you call a special type of personality. But that's what gets me excited. It's like you get all of these new people in here, and then you get to connect with the community, you can hear them, and you can interact with them, and then you get hallway conversations, the plugin team, right? Like these are all conversations, and soon as they told me their plans and their ideas, I'm like, you have to meet with Ryan. Where's Ryan? You have to meet with James. And all of that is exciting. Yep. It's exciting, and I guess even the media core conversation and the marketing conversation, I met with multiple people from that at the event, and it's that mindset shift. Like, well, how do I get started? What do I do? And it's like, let's just do it. Let's just do it. And then once it gets going and going and going, let's see. It's all, ooh, maybe not, maybe so, but that's what it is. And we're gonna expect that. 5,000 students coming into this project, let's expect to get real bothered real quick, because they're gonna challenge everything that has been done, right? You've got younger generations here, like short form, like how they even accept educational content and training. It's like, I just came from TikTok, short form video. I don't wanna sit through an hour of you training me, right?
By the way, I would be disappointed if they don't challenge it.
Yeah, right?
So.
It's exciting. So I'm stoked about this. I'm stoked about Campus Connect. I'm so glad that you guys are all doing it and launching it. Excuse me, you folks. But yeah, heck yeah. I'm gonna say something else. I was gonna swear. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Also, thank you for all the early work. We are a bit over time. So do you have short questions or long questions?
Short question.
Raise your hand if it's short. Yeah? All right, lightning round then. Super fast.
Okay, so hi Mary, hi Matt. First of all, thank you for your time. My name is Alejandro. I am a technical student at CERN at the web team. We are now developing a custom theme and migrating around 700 websites from Drupal to WordPress. So, well, I'm very happy that you like the project. My question is not related to that, but this is... as a student, I'm very, very interested in learning. Well, I have learned a lot from all the people here, so I expect with my question to learn a bit about management, specifically to Mary, the question. The question is it very different to manage a private company than an open source organization? If not, why not? Because my intuition would say that it's yes, and if yes, what are the differences in the mission, in the motivation, in the priorities, in the problems?
A lightning answer.
Lightning answer. It's very, it's very different. It's very different because you need to bring a lot of people along for a journey and for a ride. It's not top down, and it's not you should do this and you should do that. And so accountability is difficult when you're dealing with volunteers because it's all self-motivation. And so it's very different. And so I'm learning to I'm learning to work within that, and thank you all for the grace while I learn that.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Matt and Mary. First of all, thank you so much for everything for doing the WordPress community. And I'm actively active on the training team last few years. And I'm working close to the repo. I'm doing the job, but I'm after the job, doing the, providing the training for new developer or who are interested to get the training for the WordPress, how to connect the WordPress. So when you paused the contribution from your team, I have lost the plan with the team repo, but right now, I feel like the, very slowness based on, your contribution for the training team, especially. So what the plan about the training team for the in future? Because I'm here because, I'm just, try to provide the training for the WordPress for the new users. This time also here, the 32% new users who don't know what is the WordPress and how to start the contribution. Yeah. And I have shared the knowledge. So you have started WP Connect, WP Campus, whatever. You have also started the training team, which is the learn WordPress.org. So what is the future? I need to reply for you, any sponsor or anything for your side for the training team.
I'm afraid I think the answer is longer, and also part of my answer is I don't know. So that's just the honest one. It's not just because it's lightning round, but thank you for the question. And if you want to follow up by pinging me on Slack, I'm happy to look into it
I'm
some
also
more.
always boring you Slack, so of course I will 100% message you again.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, right.
Hi, Matt and Mary. I'm Shuhrat from Ukraine. I live in Portugal, own a small marketing agency. I have the same pace as you because I'm a writer and musician, and I started to use WordPress as a writer because I like to write. I tested Joomla, I tested Drupal, it sucked, so I went for WordPress. Yeah, but that was many years ago, and now we have to keep up because there's Webflow Framework, and I think there are more competitors to WordPress than like Wix and other stuff. And now everything happens, and over years everything happens thanks to contributors. Big round of applause to people who organized this event. It's awesome. Another big round of applause to people who are contributing to WordPress more than 20 years. You created this, is awesome. And now my question is, how do we make and keep WordPress sexy? Because we don't have, we have patterns overrides, they are not finished. You started to do experiments with having interface for custom post types, for fields. It's awesome. It looks amazing. It's not finished. We have AI team that starts to work on AI, but I can't change the hover state of my button, and I don't have breakpoints. Let's make WordPress sexy again.
What is that? LMSA? Okay. Well, first we're going to have to redefine the definition of lightning. These are long rolling thunder claps. But thank you for the question. It's a great one. The quick answer is we need to roll up our sleeves and do the work. We talk a lot about meeting, and we meet about meetings, and we talk about which meetings we should have and which Slack channel, and sometimes you just need to sit down and write some more code. And that is where I'm really going to try to focus all of my contributions and automatic contributions as we restart. It's part of the reason we wanted to reboot, actually, because we felt like ourselves, we have become a little diffused and detached from results and what we were seeing relative to the amount of time and people that were working full-time on core. And I want to see a lot more. So some of the things you mentioned, we'll bump those to the top of the list. All right, next, and make it actually quick. Next question. Thank you. Just a question.
Hello, I am from Georgia. I have a very small question. I feel that it's very nice to have AI in WordPress. But I feel that it's very little bit late. And my question is, what is main reason for this.
I do not think we're late at all. Like I said, I think we're in the command line era, like chapter 1, inning 1 of AI. And I know that seems hard to believe, but let's look back at this at WordCamp, 2030, and we'll be like, wow, we thought that was good. What's happening now? I think part of the reason it hasn't happened until now is the APIs are still growing. Things like MCP didn't even exist a year or two ago. Or maybe it was a year, but a lot of stuff is brand new and it's moving really quickly. So I think the most important thing is that we are reactive, that we're adaptive, and that we build the primitives that allow the ecosystem, plugins, themes, and the broader people who customize WordPress to build on the rails and play with it. So that is the quick answer. And I'm going to end this as well as saying, like, I've actually never been more optimistic, because the tools and the capabilities that this unlocked, combined with the creativity in this room, and the creativity of all the contributors and users of WordPress, we are in, I think, on the cusp of a golden era. So thank you so much. And thank you all, WordCamp Europe. Thank you, organizers, for the extra time. Thank you, Mary. And we'll see you at the party.
Here for you, which is from the Basel Tourism Authority. Is that one on? Hello. Are we ready to go? Oh, thanks.
Okay, so we're now going to go through our closing announcements in just a moment, and then we're going to be saying a big thank you to people. We're going to run through this quite fast because we know everybody wants to have a nice little break before we have a party. And we're also going to tell you exactly where you need to be booking your next trip for WordCamp Europe.
So, yes. No, it does work.
Try.
Try now? Okay, thank you. Because I want to say thank you to all of you. Danke, grazie, merci, grazia.
Yeah, and we also want to thank the Swiss Confederation of Basel.hs, and this is Basel, for their support for bringing WordCamp Europe to the Switzerland. Thank you. Also, we are very grateful that the second year we are awarded of the patronage of European Parliament, so that's also an achievement. So.
And are you curious about the numbers? We welcome over 1,723 attendees. Yeah. How impressive. And all photos can be found on our Flickr page, so feel free to see all and choose what you want.
We've had some amazing days, and as Laura says, we've crunched some numbers, and you can see those up on the screens behind us. Big thank you as well on social media for those who have been engaging with our team and also been sharing things along the way. We've been shown that we've had over 10,000 accounts which have been reached through Instagram, 29,000 impressions on X, and 14,000 on LinkedIn. It's amazing. So what we're going to do briefly now is also thank our sponsors. As Euros said at the beginning of the conference just yesterday, we are so grateful for our sponsors, because this is the reason we can keep our ticket price so low at just €50 this year. So we would like to say a big thank you to these sponsors.
to Jackpad, WordPress.com, Salesforce, Bluehost, Elementor, Google, Hostinger, Kingstar, and RankMath. Wiglot, Woo, WordPress VIP, WP Rocket, WP1, and Yoast.
And also our editor, admin, author, Small Business Plus, Small Business, and subscribers, sponsor. Thank you.
So this type of event cannot be done by just us three.
Yeah.
We tried. Certainly not something we would try doing on our own. It is absolutely an achievement of our amazing, amazing team. So we'd like to welcome our team in all of them to come up on stage so we can have a nice big family photo. So we have our attendees team, which is led by Evelina, Emma, who looked after our budget team, Luca and Wendy, who are communications, marketing, and PR, Botis from our community team, our design team with Ohaya and Lena, our IT team with Pascal, our local team here in Switzerland, led by Patricia, our photography team, you may have seen those, led by Nilo, speakers team, which is led by Pascal, sponsors team by Angelos, volunteers team by Francesco, our website team as well by Enrico. Thank you ever so much, our amazing organizers. We also have two other people we would just like to recognize, and these are our amazing mentors who are sat down here. We have Juan and Isotta.
And a big, big, big thank you to our amazing volunteers. You were wonderful. Thank you. Please come. Come.
Do they want to come down here? Stand down the front, guys.
Volunteers.
Volunteers.
Volunteers here. Come here. Come here, volunteers. Okay.
Okay.
We would also like to thank you, the production pool, the company that is behind building and creating everything that helped us with this. So thank you, production pool.
So thank you to them.
Okay.
So this is where me...
Yeah.
Fine. Yeah. This is where me, Laura, and Juros have to... Yeah, of course you can. Do you want to go have a sit down? Off you go, guys. Thank you very much to our organisers and volunteers then, and we'll let you down. Sorry.
Bye.
That one's gone off now. Okay, so it is time for us now to say goodbye. We've been the lead organisers this year, and we've had a fab time, haven't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that means we have to hand over the microphones to someone else, which means that we would like to welcome on stage our new lead organisers.
Yes. For sure. Oh.
So welcome to Francesca, Evelina, and Angelos. Yeah, that's that one. What's next when you're ready?
Thank you, really.
Hello, everyone.
So now it's time to know where are we going next year.
Any guesses?
Welcome to Kraków, Poland, a magical medieval city of kings and dragons.
Feel the energy of the young, modern city with a party-loving soul.
See
you in Krakow!
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. It was a great time in Basel, but we are very excited that we meet next year in Krakow. For those who cannot wait, I have a small information, a small surprise, because in 3 weeks we have a local WordCamp in Krakow. So if you would like to feel a taste of Krakow 1 year in advance, please be welcome. Thank you and see you.
So WordCamp Europe 2026 going to be from 4th to 6th of June in ICE Krakow Congress Center. You already saw our local lead, Sebastian. And now the last part. We are launching the call for organizers. So if you want to have fun over here, organize WordCamp, do a lot of work, you can scan this QR code and join us. And last but not least, after party, 8:30 here, track 1, please take your badge.
Okay.
No badge, no party. You'll get free tokens for drinks with the badge. Have fun.